Right, so hey guys, and welcome to XP11. So today, taking a bit of a longer haul flight today in the Norwegian Boeing 787-9, flying the Magknight today. So flight time 8 hours and 10 minutes, so that's not a short one, flying transatlantic, but it should be a lot of fun, especially in the relatively new Boeing aircraft. So we're currently at Gatwick Airport, stand 3-3, and at this point the aircraft will be at boarding points, and hopefully it should be in the air soon. So the departure time was originally at 20 past 1 UK time. It may be slightly delayed, but we'll probably gain time once we're in the air. But first things first, as always, let's set this aircraft up. Welcome to Camlesh. So first things, we need the battery and we need the external power units. Welcome Yak Nation, how you doing? Welcome channel, welcome to the chats. Yep, that's fine. Make sure everything is working as it should. I had recently installed my, well, I recently did a complete clean of my system, complete reinstall, so hopefully just in case make sure that everything also still works. Welcome Adam, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. Alright, so we're on the ground power at the moment. We'll start line the RS, so that takes a good 7 minutes in this case. And setting up the systems, this aircraft to go. Also put in the FB, so we are currently at Gatwick, Echo Golf Kilo Kilo. We are going to New York, which is Kilo Juliet Foxtrot Kilo, KJFK. Completes that. I should also make sure if I got my flight plan set on IVAO. If not, it'll take a 2-second job to import that. Download you, imports. Time should still be accurate, so we'll go for the delayed time for now. Where's departure time? That's JFK, that's alternative. Cruising speed 12. Yeah, that's fine then, so submit that. And then any controller on IVA will also be able to track our flights as well. Right, RS is lining, systems turning on. Let's go through the FMS setup, or even before that. Nope, that's all FMS setup. So, let's plug in our information. Initial reference, nav data. No, sorry, routes. Right, we are Echo Golf Kilo Kilo, flying to Kilo JFK. Company route we will be using today, EGKK KJFK 01. Plug that in. Slightly different air cycle, but it's not going to cause too much of a problem for us, fortunately. Flight number, we are NRS. No, that's call sign. Flight number is Delta India, DI 7015. And our call sign is Red Nose 7015, NRS 7015, so that should be pretty fun for that. Red Nose being the new call sign for Norwegian. Last year made a transition. Welcome Gaming Ninja, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Welcome Brandomir, how you doing? How are you doing today? Make sure I've got my chat in front of me so I can see it properly. Because the last thing I want to do is start ignoring you guys like I did in one of my previous streams without realising. Especially Twitch. I, again, need to really sort out my Twitch chat, people. Right, transition altitude in the UK is 6,000. We'll be cruising at flights level 400, although this will be done in steps during the flights. And that should be that for the most part. I don't think we've got an active controller today. Let's just confirm that. There's a Heathrow approach. There's also a Brussels centre, but no one over London, so we'll be on Unicom for the start. Make sure we're on 1 to 2.8, and then squawking will be 7,000. If I can remember where all the squawking information is. I believe it is... Install VHF. Yeah, just kind of re-familiarise myself with the 787. It's been a little while since I last flew this. And, well, for those who do know my channel, have at least been here a few times in the past, then you'll know what's coming up in about 2 weeks, when the longest day of the year comes. Cool, that looks all fine, doesn't it? Right, let us set up. So through radius, I believe it will be. That's where we can then set up our squawk. So it'll be 7,000 as we are in uncontrolled airspace. Right. Departure. Departure today will be via runway. Actually, before we even set it up, let's say hello to our passengers. Let's get them on the board as well, since they will be the important part. Where is plane? We're currently at stand 33 at Gatwick Airport. It's fairly quiet Gatwick today, but stand 33 at Gatwick. Alright, start the flight. What do I think about the add-on? I don't have a problem with Magknight. I mean, I've seen a lot of the previews of what's coming up for it. So, hopefully we'll get to start playing with some of those in the near future. Flight number is DI7015. Cruising altitude of 40,000. Flight time is 8 hours and 10 minutes. Time of takeoff is supposedly 2 minutes away, but we're not going to make that. We'll say 12 to stay on the safe side. We're flying a Boeing 787-9 with, there you go, 313 passengers. I don't think I've got any set numbers, or did I? No. Oh well, 3 on 3 it is. We have got Wi-Fi, we have got entertainment, we don't have boarding music, but I have got a Norwegian safety demo. We have got snacks, drinks, and there is a meal service on board Norwegian flights. So our passengers will now start boarding the aircrafts, and we've got that 12-minute clock to try and beat. Alright, so let's have our departures. 2 sticks left, I believe, but let's just confirm that. We'll also set up the performance on the panel here, and while we're at it, probably refuel the aircraft since we don't have the fueling. I don't think the Magknight has any refueling system. We just have to do it on the standard menu. So that's an aircraft setup. No, it's not. Okay, so we'll just use the standard refueling. Weight and balance, we need 75207 kilos of fuel. 75207. Sorry, 45207, if I can read properly. I mean, that doesn't look like much fuel off the get-go, but we do know that this cruise time thing down the bottom is usually pretty terrible at measuring fuel, so we'll take a presumption that's correct. That's the system's coming up. 1 minute to alignment on the IRS, which is fine. It does have refuel system, does it? Okay, oh yeah, ground services. Okay, perhaps if I was a bit brighter I'd notice that. Oh well, the aircraft is refueled. Let's get going. MCP. Learn something new every day, do you? I'll look into it. I'll definitely be looking into that. There's a lot I don't know about this aircraft, so the more I fly, the more I kind of learn about it. Yes, we will be flying the full 8-hour flights, but I've got for a feeling the most part I'll be hiding away for some of that. Numbers are way too big in Magknight, better in the quality wings. On the MCP, okay. Right, so passengers are boarding. We have refueled, so turn on the seatbelt sign. And let's greet our passengers for flying today. There you go, that has aligned, and my lighting's just turned off. Give me 2 seconds. That's better. Right, greeting passengers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard this flight Norwegian 7015 from London Gatwick to New York JFK. Flight time today will be just over 8 hours, while we expect some slight turbulence during the takeoff. Things should be rather clear once we're over the Atlantic. Final stage of preparation. If you have any questions, speak to our cabin crew today. Otherwise, you ask you to sit back, relax, and enjoy your flights. So, generic public address, that's fine. And passengers will respond to that. I probably should just adjust the volume slightly so you guys can hear it maybe a little bit better, as it can be quite quiet sometimes. Just make sure this is sometimes. I like packs. You get a slight quirk with it, but that's fine. Right, fuel pumps are active, center pumps are on. We'll turn on all the hydraulic systems. Fortunately, with the 787, a lot of systems are automated, so just a case of pressing all the buttons until it all comes to life. AP generator not yet. Primary window heats and backups active. Don't arm the fuel jettison just yet. Anti-icing automatic. Turn on the navigation lights. Those are the wing lights. That's all looking pretty good at the moment. Yes, we are flying on IVAO. Welcome, Raphael. How are you doing? We are flying on IVAO, and we should get some controllers over the US because they are fairly active over there. Not quite sure about the UK. We have got a Heathrow approach, but nobody currently at Gatwick. I can just quick confirm that again. Yeah, got Heathrow approach, but no Gatwick. Right, so plugging our performance. So we are departing runway 26 left. We'll also confirm that on the FMS. It's 26 left via... It should have been a Nova 1 Mike departure, but I don't think we have any Nova departures on here. No, so we'll fly direct out instead, which shouldn't cause too much of a problem. And that should be our flight plan set. Same to you, set you to 40,000 feet. Let's plug all this in. So, runway 26 left, conditions currently dry. It is cloudy, but the ground is currently dry. We can get it off of the NOTAM information. Not NOTAM, sorry. The ATIS. Let's have a look. So, visibility plus 10. Broken clouds at 3,300. QNH 0999. Winds are at... ooh, gosh, okay. 260/21, gusting 34. That's going to be a fantastic takeoff. Right, takeoff 1. Flaps 10 for takeoff. No anti-icing currently in action since it's above freezing. Takeoff weight is 195,900. Centre of gravity is 23, and we can just set that to 0. Calculate that, and we should now have our takeoff speed. So rotates at 149. Flight directors on. See what you guys are saying. So step climb or directed to cruise. It should be a step climb, but ultimately it comes down to what the FMS gives us. I can potentially do it like this. So 0.740/360. Would that let me do it? Invalid entry. Okay, so it looks like it will be a direct climb to 340, but we can always put some manual input in if needed. Doing Los Angeles, Sydney. Wow, it's a fair flight, man. Enjoy it. Probably see the videos later. Yeah, no worries, Raphael. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so our performance is set. Our FMS is set. Systems are all go. Radio barometer to disagree. That's because we also need to set this one to 99 as well. It's fine. Right, let's start up the APU, shall we? So, switch that to on. It's a fun aircraft, 787. The Magknight model, well, not perfect. It does a decent job at simulating systems. I mean, compared to the original version of the Magknight, so since the Aviator edition came out, we have certainly seen a lot in the way of new systems and upgrades. The FMS is also pretty fancy as well. You've got your physical buttons, and then the rest of it's all touchscreen. That must have taken a bit of time to set up. Let's have a look at systems. So electrics, currently charging off the batteries. Hydraulics, all active. Fuel, onboards. Air systems, that's all fine. We'll go through it all once the engines are started. That's probably the best way to go forward with it. APU is running, so switch on the APU generators and disconnect from ground. No longer need the fuel truck or the GPU units, so these two can now drive away. Welcome Dylan, how you doing? Welcome channel, welcome to the chat. How are you? Now, the only warning you've now got is a cabin temperature, but presumably as soon as you turn on the engines and let the pack start flowing through, that will warm things up a little bit. Bring on the engine hydraulics as well. That brings systems on. That should do. When's pushback? Pushback will be in approximately, I wouldn't say any more than 5 minutes. We've still got some passengers boarding at this point, but yeah, expected departure 3.5 minutes, so not too long. While the final few start boarding the aircraft. Turn on seatbelt sign is on, okay. Ah, that's why. The PAX also is a separate system, isn't it? So we'll turn the seatbelt sign on. And let's pre-plan our pushback, so that as soon as we're ready to go, no need to waste time with that. Oh, in fact, it's already there. So, in my case, the main part of the aircraft setup's now done. All we've got to do is push back and set the engines on, then depart. This is normal. Yeah, this is pretty normal, especially for a long-haul aircraft. But then again, compared to the 737 as well, same basic principles. As it is all Boeing cockpit at the end of the day. Modern in a lot of aspects. They've got the widescreen monitors, for example, but there is a lot of commonality between them all. Right, AP is active, systems are all running, fuel pumps are active, everything is looking good. We will bring on the, what's called a pushback tug over. Might as well get ready for pushback. Also start the flight on project flight, so you guys can... Who? Why can Project Fly not see the simulator? Okay, Project Fly is not going to work, I'm afraid. For reasons I'm not too sure why. Does not have an active connection simulator. Unless anybody knows what this means and how I can fix it in like 10 seconds. Yeah, okay. Rear fuel systems in EFB. I'm going to be honest, I've never seen it before, unless I may have missed it. Performance ground. So let's say it's probably going to be in the ground services, one of these, but I've just never noted it. Oh well, it is what it is. 149 rotate. Oh yeah, stabilizer trim at 7, 5.7. 5 is that? Yes. Oops. What have I pressed? I don't know. So many buttons on this sim. I don't know what I'm doing half the time. Also, I am using the HOTAS Warthog now from Thrustmaster. It's been out a few years, but recently picked one up. Absolutely love it so far. The stick feels fantastic. Before I do that, what did I press? Do nothing. Okay. As long as I've not done anything weird, just makes a clicky sound. Fair enough. Right, parking beacons on, parking brakes released. Perhaps if you guys can actually hear the simulator, that would help as well. My mistake. Right, engines on.
Once all your items are put away, please clear the aisle and sit down in your seat to allow other passengers to find their seats as well. If you are seated in an emergency exit row, please read the exit seating responsibilities in the safety card in the seat back in front of you. Please make sure you are willing and able to perform the actions
Advanced
required.
Simulator, nice
if you
one.
are not able or prefer not to perform
Engine
these actions,
to start.
please let a flight attendant know so you can be reseated. You are free to use your portable electronic devices during the boarding process. We ask that larger electronic devices are stowed once we depart from the gate. Thank you and welcome aboard.
737, A20, 777,
We're ready to go
A380.
when you are.
Sounds good. Alright, so engine 2 is active. Start engine 1. And also, if you can hear it as well, the way that the packs kind of just power down as you start the engines. Very nice system,
Our flight time will be roughly 8 hours and 10 minutes. Now that the cabin door is closed, please make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and your large devices are now shut down and stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt and make sure that all tray tables and seat backs are in a full upright and locked position for departure. Cabin crew, prepare cabin for departure.
Right, so aircraft reverses.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen for an important safety demonstration. Thank you for flying with us.
It's a bit loud, I do apologise.
Mine damer og herrer, vi vil nå demonstrere våre sikkerhetsrutiner for vår flytype Boeing 737-800. Vennligst følg nøye med. Vi ber om at all håndbagasje blir plassert i bagasjehyllene over eller under setet foran dere. Til de som sitter på første rad eller ved en av våre nødutganger over vingene, ber vi om at alle løse
Yep,
gjenstander
call sign
lagt opp
Red
i
Nose
bagasjehyllene.
7015.
Setebeltet festes ved å føre den flate
Operation
metalldelen
complete.
i
Set
beltespenn.
parking brake.
Dra i endestykket
Parking
for å
brake
stramme til.
set.
Beltet løsnes ved å løfte opp
Disconnecting
belteklaffen,
toe. Stand
samtidig
by.
som du drar de to endene fra hverandre. Hvis trykket i kabinen blir for lavt, vil du trenge oksygen. Oksygenmasker utløses automatisk fra panelet over deg. Dra masken hardt til deg for å aktivere oksygentilførselen. Plasser masken
Alright, let's
over
do
nesehåret
a
og fest
check.
strikken rundt hodet. Pust normalt. Tilpass masken ved å stramme det elastiske båndet. Ta på din egen maske før det hjelper barn eller andre.
Disconnect that.
Dette flyet
Yeah, I'll leave
har
on
8
CD for now.
nødutganger. 2 bak, 2 foran
control
og 4
systems.
på midten over vingene. For å åpne nødutgangen over vingen, dra det røde håndtaket
Elevators
nedover.
check.
Forlat flyet ved å skli ned i bakkant av vingen.
Ailerons
For å
check.
åpne dørene foran og bak i flyet, skal du dra håndtaket i pilens retning.
Rudder.
Evakueringssklir
So it's
Check.
disconnected and bike captain has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Dra så i håndtaket på toppen av
Systems,
sklien.
so air systems are
Forlat flyet
fine.
med armene i
Fuel,
kryss
we've got
over
plenty.
brystet,
Hydraulics
og
are
ut i en
active.
sittende posisjon. Skulle en
Right, at this point
nødsituasjon
we
oppstå,
are now ready to
vil
go.
førerløs
That's down
påføre
to
i midtgangen
10.
vise vei til samtlige nødutganger. Det er en flytevest under ditt sete. Ved en eventuell nødlanding
Parking
på
brake
vann, ta
released.
flytevesten ut av emballasjen, dra
Taxi
vesten over
lights
hodet,
active.
før beltet rundt livet og fest i spennen foran. Dra i endestykket for å stramme. Lås opp vesten i det du forlater flyet ved å dra i de 2 røde stroppene. Vesten kan også blåses opp ved hjelp av de 2 røde munnstykkene. En lampe tennes automatisk når batterier kommer i kontakt med
Should
vann.
do
Dersom
Heathrow to
flytevesten
Perth.
benyttes av et lite barn, trekk kun i den ene
You'll see.
stroppen for å blåse opp vesten.
Heathrow to Perth
Det er
is
ikke
in the
tillatt å
pipeline.
røyke om bord
The
på
exact
et fly.
state of it.
Vi gjør oppmerksom på
But again,
at
if you
røykvarslere
know my
er
channel,
installert
you'll know the
på
exact
alle
date of it,
toalettene.
but you'll find out soon enough.
Elektronisk utstyr som inneholder sendere og mottakere er ikke tillatt, da disse kan innvirke på flyets systemer. Vi ber om at utstyr som inneholder flight mode settes i dette nå og slås helt av under avgang og landing.
Safe flight to New York, thank you very
Elektronisk
much.
utstyr skal være slått av så lenge skiltet med fest setebelte er tent. Før avgang ber vi deg om å rette opp stolryggen, slå opp bordplaten og feste setebeltet. Påse at armlenene er nede, og at vindusskjermene
Flap set
er
to
åpne.
10.
All sikkerhetsinformasjon står beskrevet på sikkerhetskortet som du finner i stollommen foran deg. Vi takker så mye for din oppmerksomhet og ønsker deg en fin tur med oss i Norwegian.
Right, so that's the safety briefing now done for Norwegian. Okay, now do apologise to the volume. I will adjust that at some point and make it a bit more balanced. Like I say, having recently reinstalled my system and installing everything from scratch, it's now just a case of setting it all up and getting it all proper. But it should now be a little bit more balanced, the volumes throughout this flight. We will be using the full length of the runway, so I'll make a left-hand turn now. also set up the auto unicom for IVAO. That way we can also send out the right messages. So we are taxiing to runway, line of takeoff. It was 16 left. Was it 16 or 26? Sorry. 26. And then we'll hold short here. Position 2 seconds, do our final checks. Fine, we're on Unicom 128, that's the radio panel, Squawk 7000 as it should be. Right, landing lights active, runway tunnel flights active, taxi lights off. A little bit of throttle in. Actually, before we do that, reject takeoff brakes set. Alright, let's enter the runway and let's start our flight to New York. It's not a short flight, like I say, by any means, but certainly a fun one. And certainly a flight I hope to do in the next couple of years, if all goes to plan. Squawk mode Charlie. Welcome Sam, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Of course, it's right on time. Right, engine's up 50%. Both engines stable. Let's go. Knots. V1. Rotates.
Positive rate.
Gear up. Up one. Pitch up for 10 degrees. Remember the throttle slightly since our speed is going a little bit off. And let's bring on the autopilot. So LNAV, VNAV. Activate that, and there we have it. Confirm one thing for me. Yeah, we are identical, that's fine. So it's a little bit cloudy over the UK right now. Cloud cover, as I say, was at 3,300. So we should break that very shortly. Flight time is 8 hours and 10 minutes today. Eight hours and 10 minutes in the Boeing 787 in Norwegian colours. Passing through 4,000, all so far so good. little bit of flickering out the window, but that's how it explains clouds render, I'm afraid. You're going to get the Magknights, but going to wait till V2. I think that's what a lot of people are doing, because the Magknight's not a bad aircraft per se, but systems-wise, it does need a little bit of a kicking sometimes. But ultimately, it's enough to get you a 8-hour flight transatlantic. I've managed it 19 hours across Perth to Heathrow before, so yeah, it can do a fair bit. It can do a fair bit. Passing through 6,000. Sure you pass through 6,000. Set standard barometer now. Disagree when you see the co-pilot side as well. As soon as we break 10,000, we can then turn off the landing lights. And at that point, check how the aircraft's doing stability-wise, and then start potentially turning off the seatbelt sign. Yeah, I don't expect much of a view. But actually, kind of see it from the ground at this airport. It's maybe Dunsfold. Yes, it is. So we are still below the cloud for a fair bit. I love the sounds as well. The audio in the aircraft has been really well fine-tuned. There's a lot about the Magknight I do like, that's for sure. So continue climb at this point. Breaking through the cloud layers now. Let's get a quick weather update as well. What did it say the weather was? It's broken at 3,300, and then relatively clear after that, which, yeah, as you can look above, it's clear blue skies now. So we shall turn off the landing lights right about now. Passing through 10,000. Nav beacon slate on. Logo light doesn't need to be active for now since it is daytime outside, and it should also still be daytime by the time we land in New York as well. It will be towards the evening, but not terribly late.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now passing through 10,000 feet. You can now turn on your larger portable electronic devices. As a reminder, please keep your seatbelt fastened while you are seated and do not congregate in the galleys or near the lavatory.
Have I seen the 747 Classic preview? Yes, I have. It looks fantastic.
The Wi-Fi, you'll be directed to a page to pay a small fee for internet access.
Emirates to
We offer
Dubai.
complimentary in-flight TV thanks to our partners. Connect to the
Yes,
Wi-Fi
cabin crew will be
to
serving food and
access
drinks
our
during this
wide
flight.
range of free live TV and paid movies library.
So what, you've moved over to P3D, have you? What was the reason of changing? Alright, speeds up now to 285 knots. I'll be up to 290 by the time we get to Hazel. Steady climb, and we'll be at cruise by Norgu. So we've got a fair bit of climb left. It won't be about 10 PM UK time when we land. Yes, it will be 10 PM UK time when we land. 9:30-10. I do hope to gain some time in the air, but the winds are against us today, so fingers crossed it won't cause too much of a problem for us. Especially if it gets quite stormy. the Project Fly plugin, or whatever Project Fly uses connects to the simulator, obviously hasn't installed properly. So, like I said, unfortunately, I don't get to see any. Someone's just messing around outside. Thought some shouting or arguing, but no, it seems to be alright. Yeah, Project Fly thing has not worked, unfortunately, so unless there's a way I can reload plugins, we don't get to see the flights on Project Fly today, but that should now be fixed for future. Just game of Concorde. There is the Coley-Marta Concorde, which costs about $60, but that's about it, I think. There may be also a freeware project. Reason for change, like long haul, there isn't many good long haul for X-Plane, it's a decision. Sounds fair. Looking forward to the Q400. Actually, to be fair, PFD though, the long haul add-ons aren't cheap. They're great quality, but it's not the cheaper platform. So, we'll continue our climb for now. Should be in cruise in just a fair few minutes. Yeah, PG's very expensive. Presumably we're on V5 as well, not V4. I know there's a couple of people who bought P4D V4 like a week or two before the V5 announcement was made, which led to some fun comments on Reddit and Facebook groups. Resources, plugins, there should now be a project fly in there. Yes, there is. Yeah, I'm sure I had that installed. I'm sure I did. Oh well, like I say, maybe next time. Oh, it's a bit bright, I must say. Definitely a bit bright. Alright, let's pop open the radar. Let's have a look at where we are. This is going by real weather, yes. So, at the moment in the UK, it is fairly stormy. In fact, let's show you the Project Fly radar now, so I can give you an idea of what we're going to be flying through. Also, see our own aeroplane, because like I say, in Project Fly, I'm not tracking at the moment properly. So, here we are, NRS 7015 from Gatwick to Kennedy. So far, so good. Got a fair few storm cells coming off the coast of England. Things then do clear up on the transatlantic leg to the US, where over New York right now, it's looking mighty fun. Actually, I think New York's down here, sorry, no. So the approach into New York's mighty fun. We then get this fun storm cell as well on the approach, but then New York itself is relatively clear. But yeah, it's going to be a turbulent flight throughout the duration of this one. Sure, we're just going to add to more fun. This is Orbex to South England, not Ortho. So I've got Orbex South, and yeah, I rather like it. They first announced it at Cosford during the Flight Sim show, not last year, but the year before. And yeah, it's a very nice package, especially the second update to it, which allows it to show a few more buildings as well as some optimization. It's worked rather well since. And we are running on Vulkan right now. This is 11.5 Beta 9. Beta 10 is out, but a lot of people have problems with Beta 10, so we're sticking to Beta 9 for now. More of a train sim person. Tomorrow I might do some train sim. We'll see how that goes, though. Passing through 17,000 shortly. Flight level 175. .170, sorry. I don't know why I said 175 there. That was just dumb of me. Have I been travelling anywhere lately? No. As much as I'd like to have been, so this year I've had to cancel 3 trips so far. I had to cancel Dusseldorf and Palma de Mallorca in April, and New York in May. So those 3 I had to give up on, which is a shame. But other than that, I've got no trips planned for this year, and I've not been anywhere else. Last trip I went on was to Scotland back in the start of March. So the first weekend of March I went there before lockdown started, so that was pretty cool. Did some gliding while I was there. The vlog for that went up yesterday. Yeah, Vorbeck's cost, really nice. Sounds good. Version of this X-Plane or the Magknight? Because for Magknight, I believe this is the latest one. Yeah, 1.5 Magknight. So this released at the end of May. What guy of flights? You went to Scotland. That was in March I went. First week of March. I'm just running out of backlog videos now since I haven't been going anywhere. Had I been to New York and Mallorca and all that, I'm sure I'd have a few more videos to upload, but sadly not. I could probably turn off seatbelts on actually as well. Don't need to leave that going for too long. Tail packs, we've done the same. And while we're here, let's have a look at our passengers. So expected arrival 7 hours 45 minutes. So far they're very satisfied, 97%. Let's have a look who's on board. 313 people.
Turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. You can now get up and move about the cabin. However, we ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened when seated in case of unexpected turbulence.
Yeah, quite a lot of business travellers on board today. A few more business than leisure. Actually, some leisure as well, so it's a fair mix. And again, New York is a city that you'd probably go for everything, so you expect to kind of have more freedom for passengers on board and what they're there for. End of March, supposed to go to Los Angeles, but that's been rearranged to November. Yeah, like I say, America for me has been rearranged, well not rearranged, but probably late next year. I mean, past the lockdown, America is not the most stable country in the world right now, so I think it's probably best to kind of let things calm down a little bit, to allow some change to happen, before I consider going there myself. It's a shame, it really is a shame what's going on in America right now, but change needs to happen, so better now than never, I guess. Am I part of a virtual airline? I do fly virtual Ryanair a little bit, it's VRYR. I do sometimes fly VBA, but for the most part, since I got PAX, I've been less so on the virtual airlines and more flying what I want to fly. Can't wait to 15 to get a proper coffee, sounds good. Lockdown go for me. It's not been too bad. It's been a change of pace, being at home basically every single day now, but there has been a change of pace. Streaming a lot more videos going up. Maybe for the better, but I wouldn't mind it ending soon, that's for sure. I do miss a lot of things that I'd normally be doing, especially at the volunteer railway. I have missed going there. What am I flying to New York? We're flying with Norwegian today. Oh, where are flying? So, I was flying out on an American Airlines 777 outbound, and then the return flight was a British Airways 747 back to the UK. So, the 747 flight I'm definitely gutted about, because given that they're now essentially being retired worldwide, that could have been my one and only chance of flying the 74. But, no, fingers crossed BA keep theirs for a little bit longer, and we just set that flight out soon. Playing British Airways, landing at 9 PM, Dubai. Sounds good, enjoy it. So yeah, 747 I was really hoping to tick off my list this year, but sadly not yet. The only aircraft I have ticked off so far on my list of, I guess, unusual aeroplanes this year is the Boeing 717. Did that back in January with Volotea. Next year, if not next year, but the year after, I am looking at Russia. I'd like to spend a week in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and in that, maybe flying Izhevsk Yakolev 42. So Izhavia Yak 42 to Izhevsk. So that's one plan. And likewise, Aeroflot do a return journey from there as well in the Sukhoi Superjet. So I could potentially do 2 in 1, which would be a fancy trip. We'll see how things go. Favourite YouTuber? Not particularly. There's no one that really stands out for me at the moment. I mean, who have I been watching recently? Let's have a look at my YouTube view history. There's no one that really stands out. I mean, I watched the usual, like, Squirrel and Frugal and Captain Failure. Sorry, Colonel Failure. I don't know why I called him Captain Failure. Colonel Failure, who's actually now the Dovetail Games community manager or something like that. I need to look into that a bit more, but he has got a role at Dovetail Games, which is quite cool. So, yeah, I watched the standard YouTube simulator, guys, but like I said, I wouldn't say I have a particular favourite at the moment. I love the whistle out of those engines out the back of them. It is almost ghostly. Am I joining virtual Lufthansa? Best and most active community you've seen. You're apart. Sounds good. I mean, Lufthansa is not an airline I've particularly flown or done routes or much with, so I'm not sure if it's one that I'll join myself. I don't know. I've never really flown or seen much of Lufthansa myself. The only thing that I've really known about them is that they buy every single aircraft ever produced under the sun. They're one of the few operators of the 737-100s. They're one of the few operators that fly a very mixed fleet of both Airbus and Boeing aircrafts. So, yeah, Lufthansa do Lufthansa. Favourite add-on for XP11 has to be the Zybo 737. I do love that. Flygesystem's 737-200 is also pretty good as well. I do want to get the IXEG 733, but so I'm going to wait for a sell for that one. Yeah, like I say, it's not an airline that I'm super fond of Lufthansa, because I've not really flown much of them, so virtual airline for them, maybe not for me. But like I say, we'll see what happens. I'll look into it. The return of Morman 987. Yeah, sorry, 978. That was a big one. And also, who's that? It's like Greg Plays as well, who recently started doing some X-Plane videos. Is it Greg? I think it is. I've seen one or two of his stuff. They are pretty funny. But nah, me personally, I'm more of a serious kind of simmer. I have a joke video here and there. We don't talk about my FSX user on X-Plane video. That one, that one stays in the vault, locked away. The video's still up if you want to go watch it, but it was an attempt at satire, and one that was very, very badly taken. It took a while for me to start doing X-Plane videos again, just because how badly I ashamed myself for the community there, but yeah, it's not too bad. I think the X-Plane community is not terrible. I've felt fairly welcomed. Can we get 789 and likes, really 789 views? I hope for more, come on, 1 million like, 2 million views. Nah, as much as I'd like my channel to be one of the big standouts, I don't think that's going to happen. I am just a relatively small-time person with a very boring personality. You'd love Toast to make a long-haul Airbus or Rex plane. I mean, they are currently working on the A350 V2. Toast are working with Flight Factor to release an update for that one. It's just a case of when it arrives, basically. We've been airborne for 22 minutes now. Live for 51 minutes. 20 minutes down, 7 hours and 40 minutes to go. Like I said, I don't think I'll be sitting here for the whole flight. I will, at times, pop off, like grab food, for example. I'm going to stretch my legs a little bit, but I'll try and stay here for as much as possible. Tomorrow I'll probably do train sim, maybe flight sim as well, something more short haul. Next weekend I haven't decided what I'll do yet. The weekend after, Saturday, I'm expecting to do a maybe 20-hour long stream of flights. That's going to be the long one. Favourite aircraft, 737. Especially the classic series. I do like the cross between digital and steam gauges. So we'll soon be leaving the United Kingdom. Unfortunately, not too much in the way of ground scenery because of the cloud cover. But we are soon to leave the UK and start making our transatlantic crossing. I think we do actually cut. We do touch the south of the Republic of Ireland as well, so we do get to see some of that. Hope you have a comfy chair. Oh yes, I do. It's Aeron chair by. Who is it? Who makes the Aeron chairs? I don't know why I've forgotten that now. It's a Herman Miller Aeron, so I am definitely comfortable, that's for sure. It's a $300 chair, this. Crash your plane. Oh. That's a shame. Yeah, 20 hours. You'll see. You'll see. Am I in NRS 7? Yes, I'm in Red Nose 7015. It says on top of the screen, also says it on the display over here. Let's go through the cabin, shall we? I mean, the flight's in the air now. We're particularly safe. Let's have a chance to kind of look around, see what we've got in the outside world. So, here's the front galley area, nice and large, plenty of food trolleys to supply all the passengers with their snacks. Got a lot of Polish Airlines crate there. I presume that's aftermarket, that Norwegian have fitted. Toilets at the front, and not gonna lie, fairly awkward position. You have to walk around the galley and then into the cockpit door area. Well, there's a toilet door there. And that's about it for the fronts. We've got our first class section at the fronts. Should probably also do some business as well. Here's the central galley area. Nice and wide. A couple of toilets over here. That's about it. No real flight attendant area. It's kind of just a standing space, really. And here's to the central section, which will be standard class. Sit back, relax, and watch Drawyah fly. If anyone sticks around for the whole thing, then fair play to you, because I know I'm not. Right, set towards the rear now. Got another toilets area. Before we get to the rear cabin, a few more rows of seats, and then onwards to the rear galley. Which should be a bit more compared as well. So yeah, you got curtains that separates passengers from the kitchen area. You've got a few coffee machines, you have a few ovens and microwaves and heaters and all that. As well as a little more of a private area for flight attendants to sit in. 78 does also have a crew rest area. I'm not sure if they've modelled it. No, I'm not sure if they have, I think. I can always peer around to have a quick look up here. Yeah, nothing in the back. I don't think there's anything in the front either. But, yeah, not a terrible aircraft, Magknight. It's a bit of fun, that. How many people on the flight? There are 313 passengers, according to PAX. First class is economy, of course it does. Spare no expense for Norwegian Airlines. Are better flying me on the flight simulator. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, gaming. Oh yeah, I've saw this cabin PA bit as well if I wanted to. There are 10 of us. Welcome. I'm sorry, but I cannot read Arabic. I have no idea how to even start with that name, but welcome to the stream. How you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. Wow. You've been on stream with only 2 people. There are days where the stream view counts can diminish to basically nothing, but there are streams as well that generate a bit of interest and get a fair few viewers on. So like I say, right now, flying the 787, the Magknight, 1.5 updates. It's an interesting aircraft. I'm sure a few people will be rather interested in that. But compared to, say, the Zybo 737, a rather generic European route, yeah, not as much interest. I don't expect as many viewers. Most popular show I think I've done in recent times is the Sukhoi Superjets. That's again a very interesting aircraft that not many people fly, so of course a bit of interest will generate, and a fair few people watch that. It all comes down to, again, basic interests and when people are watching as well. If I was to stream at 7 in the morning, then I'll probably get a few more UK viewers and some out towards Europe, as opposed to over in America where it's midnight. If I flew in the evening, I'd get maybe less of the Asian viewers who are all asleep, and more of the American and potentially the Oceanic viewers as well. Because being in the UK, I've got the kind of the luxury of being right in the centre of where. Actually, you kind of say that for anyone. As long as it's 12 o'clock, you're bang in the middle. You've got people from both sides coming to you. But in Europe, we have Asia to our east. We have the Americas to our west, north and south. So midday in the UK will be evening at one side, morning the other. It's kind of like the best time to get all your viewers across, if that makes sense. It's like there was one meme I saw online about meme pages. It was like meme pages in Europe, something like meme pages in Europe live or die on the American audience, because they post in the afternoon and it's the whole day in America still to go. But in America, you post, the rest of the world is asleep. And so the Americans rely on their Asian audience, and the Asians for the Europeans. That's how meme pages work. It's a long, complicated thing. I'm sure I'm sorely offending someone by saying that. I do apologise. Timing's weird. That's what happens when you live on the globe, my friends. Do I still play South London Project? Not so much now, no. As good as it is, at the end of the day, it's a single route on a fairly laggy map, so it's kind of lived past its life for me. Looks so much like economy. Oh yeah, same comments. I just realised one thing on my overlay. Actually, 2 things. This needs to get adjusted slightly like that. And also, I am missing something else as well. Is it window capture, would it be? Yes, it is the progress bar. Just adjust that. Is that kind of right? No, not quite. Yes, the challenges of rebuilding your stream overlay. Trying to get it all to fit properly. There, that'll do. We'll lock that in place then, and I'll stick that under stats. Also, I need to change this colour, so it won't be black, but instead red. There you go, that's much better. Yeah, heat burn next plane is well over exaggerated, it really is. You look at photos of an aeroplane and it's nothing like that. Why don't PMDG make some aircraft for X-Plane? You left 777. For PMDG, as far as they've seen, there's no real market for their aircraft in X-Plane. If you look at some of Robert Randazzo's posts about the simulator, there was a period where they were very interested in developing for it, but then Microsoft announced Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, and virtually all developments then ceased for X-Plane, or at least all the research and all that, and decided focusing on FS 2020 instead. But PMDG and X-Plane have really... it's not really a shake, it's just kind of a non-existent past. They developed the DC-6 for X-Plane 10. Then they looked into X-Plane 11 when it became really popular. And then Flight Sim 20 was announced and they said, sorry, but it's just not worth their time, because they expect people to migrate from that to 20, so definitely difference. Who's out on the tail? It is Victor Borge, of course, a Danish pianist and humist. So let's have a Google of him, shall we? Let's learn all about him. Victor Borge. So, this is our tail hero. Born in 3rd January 1909, died December 23rd, 2000. Borge Rosenbaum, known freshly as Victor Borge, was a comedian, conductor and a pianist who had great popularity in the US and Europe. Nicknamed the Clown Prince of Denmark, the young melancholy Dane and the Great Dane. Oh, I've actually heard of this guy. I might have heard of this guy. Yeah. So he's a relatively famous pianist and comedian. You're the best pilots, thank you very much. It's a shame as you pay much money for the 777 lacking long haul. Is a autopilot working for you? Yes it is. We're currently on LNAV and VNAV on autopilot, and it has made the turns so far that it has set. So next waypoint will be Denham, which is our final stop before we enter our track over to America. But I'm not going to lie, our altitude is not quite where it should be. I wonder why it was still at 25,000. No worries, Dark Laser. How you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. That reminds me then. That means my last 2 live streams have actually been Norwegian Airlines. Right, so yeah, we are very low for what we should be at right now, so we'll just manually continue to climb. Yeah. There hasn't been had problems. And you've just kind of opened that up for me as well. We have got a slight off in our altitudes. Have I watched Doctor Who? Yes, I have, although I've not so much been invested in the last 2 seasons. I don't know, I've always been more of an old Who person, so Doctor Who's 1 to 8. The original Doctor Who's are fantastic. The new Doctor Who's, they're alright, but as the seasons progress, it's become I don't know, less and less interesting. The David Tennant years are pretty good. The, who was next? David Tennant was, sorry, Christopher Eccleston was fantastic. David Tennant was great. Matt Smith was alright. That's where it kind of started losing its way. Peter Capaldi, things really started to lose their way. And Jodie Whittaker, I don't know, the change of writing I've not really been a fan of. I think that may be it. The writers. Ever since, what's his name, left to do, Sherlock. I think that's when, things really started losing it for me. When is... Yeah, so we'll be doing that, tomorrow, if all goes to plan. Right, now we're about to pass through 30,000, flight level 300. Also at higher altitude, it means we're burning less fuel, so hopefully we won't have a problem with that again. Matt Smith's really good in your opinion. Yeah, he was alright. I mean, as Raw progressed, he got better. But the writing for Peter Capaldi, he's a great doctor, or had the potential to be a great doctor, but some of his stories were not great. Alright, 30,000. 10,000 to go into a cruise. Passing through 330 now. Flight simulations. I mean, how much is it? Usually I go for freeware sceneries if I'm going to do something on my own accord. So if it's an airport only flight like once or twice, there's no point splashing out 30-40 quid for a simulator scenery I'm never going to use, basically. Call it cheap, but it's just how I keep things going. So I'll take performance. We don't really need this anymore since this has served its purpose. Oh, so here's F-Mod audio bird sounds. I thought it was. It's free. Okay. Yeah. Drop me a link to it on Discord, and I'll take a look at it. There's a random contrail over there. Some aircraft has been here recently. We are almost at cruise. I did say it was going to be a stepped approach, but I think, given that we're at low altitude for so long, we may have burned enough fuel anyway to go without that need. We are currently over the Atlantic, although not yet over Republic of Ireland. We will be crossing just to the south of Cork. Our route so far. So we'll be passing just to the south of Cork. And it's a nice and straight path over to the US. Season 5 saw the best of Matt Smith. Yes, it was. Lander A380 in Dubai. Most game tell doesn't work on FS Advanced. Yeah, we'll leave this all running since we're not going to get too much information when we're over the Atlantic. We are, of course, our track defined. I'm getting a few overload messages from OBS as well. I'll keep an eye on that because, like I say, OBS is also fresh set up. And annoyingly, my stream on Wednesday, as I found out, I was actually streaming in 1080p. I've never checked it. Sorry, 720p. I haven't checked this one yet. Am I in 1080 or 720? I'm in 720. Great job, Drawyah. Yeah, why am I streaming in 720? Alright, we should be back now. Hopefully in 1080p this time. If not, then it's going to be another 720. I do apologise, it should be a lot higher quality, but obviously I'm still setting this all up. I knew I did it last time, and I've gone and done it again. Oh well, I'm an idiot. Feel free to call me an idiot in the chat. Right, so let's continue our climb. We're actually at cruise now, so we can turn back the VNav. It should keep us at 40,000 now, flight level 400. When you arrive, I might put in a safe briefing video for landing. Are you meant to? I've not done transatlantic before, so I'm not sure if you're meant to or not, but we had it for the takeoff. Yeah, I just quickly checked my settings there. It should now be set to 1080p on OBS's end, but because the stream starts in 720, I think we're going to get 720 instead, so let's say it's my apologies. I'm the one who messed up on that one. Oh no, it's in 1080 now. Interesting. I've never changed the resolution like midway through a stream before, so I'm actually not too sure how YouTube's going to handle that. Twitch will split it into two separate streams, but YouTube, it may continue on, it may kind of reset it as a junction. That's Helsinki Vanta to London Gatwick. We'll see. I'm quite interested in that now. How will YouTube handle it? Still on 740. Oh gosh. Okay. Restart your stream. So close the stream and restart it. That should fix it for you.
In a few moments, we will be starting our in-flight service. We'll be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Please look in your seat back for a list of complimentary and premium drinks. Premium drinks are available for a small charge. If you wish to make an additional purchase, we only accept credit cards.
Gonna fly the 195. No worries, man. Enjoy it. For the scenery. Okay, send me on Discord. I can then check it out from there. Yes, you have to. Okay, well, I can't tell PAX how to do it, so... If PAX does it automatically, then it will, but I've never heard that before. The safety briefing playing after landing, or at least on approach. Transatlantic. Upload sim 20. I've got it on 1080 on my phone right now, so perhaps different systems for different things. So I do apologise if you are stuck on 720, but next time that should be all sorted. There it is. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm not sure of any airline that plays a safety briefing at top of descents. So, currently at Mach 0.8, cruising at flight level 400. We are coming up to 50 minutes now airborne, 48.18. This is looking rather good right now. So we land in approximately, because I don't quite know yet. Well, ETA is 1933 Zulu, so I've got that now. Passengers expect to arrival for 7 hours and 10 minutes, although they're perfectly satisfied at 100%. Cabin crew now serving snacks and drinks. So as it stands, the flight's been pretty much perfect at the moment. Absolutely nothing that's gone wrong. But hey, with so much of it left to go, we'll see how that changes. 1080p has disappeared. Saw your video on X-Plane Max. Can't believe that something like that would happen. Flight community. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. The whole Water White, now known as Max Design Team situation. I mean, there are two very strong sides to the story, and you have people that either defend it or disagree with it. So I disagree with what he's done there, because essentially he's taken the products from the Zybo Ultimate Team and then published it under his own name. He's given credit per se, but I mean, there's a lot that's really hooky about the whole situation. And so hopefully we will see the Max come from the Ultimate Team soon, but it's just a case of when, basically. Woo! Who's that? Oh, it's just someone training in Vietnam right now. Saigon overload. Well, good luck to that controller. It's really interesting. We have like some random alarm blaring out and you don't know what it means. It's not a standard Boeing alarm. What's going on? How long to the end? 7 hours and 30 minutes till the end. What do I think about the new Tracy HST? I don't know, I haven't used it, I'm afraid, but it looks pretty good. But I am quite intrigued by the announcements coming soon. On, I think it was the 9th, they're making an announcement next Tuesday. Well, actually, this Tuesday. Found my channel from the 2020 Discord. Fair play. How are you doing? Welcome F1 Podium to the channel. I think his live's going to reset in September. A Twitch stream that's beta testing, can't remember his name. That's probably the beta test from like 2 years ago that someone streamed it. Yeah, I absolutely love the Thrustmaster Warthog. So I picked up the stick and the throttle system for about, what was it? It was £270 for both of them. So there was no way I could turn on that offer. Because especially when it goes for almost like double that price, finding it so cheap was just, yeah. I was not expecting it, that's for sure. Got very lucky when it came to that price. It's a stick that I've used actually a fair few times before, like flights from shows, conventions and all that, but it was one of those that, because it cost £400, I was always out of my price range. But recently, with the whole lockdown, I thought I'd go scour the internet, look at different pages, look for what local store or international store I could find it for super cheap. And that's something actually I must say. I mean, you look at eBay, you look at Amazon, you look at all your usual stores. There are a lot of independent retailers that do sell stuff as well at very low prices. I mean, I do Hornby and other... Well, actually, I'd like to do Hornby, but I don't have space for it. But I have got a couple of locos. One train I adore is the Finnish VR2 on the SR railway network. And so, yeah, Roco, they're train model developer, they have a few models, but the SR2 they did, nothing more than a prototype. So searched online, found a store in Slovakia that sold it, which is I don't know if it will work or not, but no, okay, the webcam's not going to show it because it's the green screen, it's a green train. But yeah, I found a store that in Slovakia that sold it for a couple of quids. It was a prototype, so not many of them exist. Had to buy it. I have the honeycomb yoke and static throttle. A lot of people like honeycomb. A lot of people do like it. It's a decent bit of kit, that. And it's on a medium price scale, so it's actually a similar price, I'd say, to the Thrustmaster HOTAS, especially when it comes to releasing the throttle in a couple of weeks as well. So they've got the alpha yoke. Coming soon is the beta throttle system, and then there'll be the Charlie Rider pedals. Don't know in train sim, don't recommend it. Oh, okay, interesting. Do I recommend Magknight 7.8? Welcome Scandinavian Aviation, how you doing? Yeah, I quite like it. It's not perfect, I mean, as someone pointed out to me earlier in the stream, it has got an issue with the VNAV right now, so I did have to manually climb it to 40,000 on the vertical speed indicator. But for the most part, it's alright. I'm sure when the updates come, will start to improve it a little. At least I hope it does, because then it's a bit of a waste, but no, it flies alright. System-wise, they're not too bad. The overhead panel works rather fine. Let's say, if it wasn't for the faulty VNav, I'd absolutely recommend it. Even the FMS, while not most advanced, I do like how it's the default system that's been merged to a physical keyboard on the left and a touchscreen system on the right. It's very, very fancy. Not many add-ons have that kind of detailing to it. Does this mean we'll have a manual descent? I don't know. I don't know. The VNav should hold it, but if I do end up having to do one, then all the numbers are here on the FMS. I just have to follow. Oh, okay. I'll just discipline if it goes to. We'll see what the approach is like into New York, and then we'll just figure it out from there. But it shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. Love that sound. Yeah, no worries, Dylan. Take care. Enjoy your lunch. I mean, I might grab something to eat myself actually in a bit as well, but since we got the viewers and the chat going on, then I'll leave it. Because that's the thing. If I disappear for like 5 minutes, then all of a sudden everyone stops talking, everyone stops watching, because it's just a standard generic flight sim stream. I don't know. Since having the webcam, since being a bit more active while talking, certainly almost like a few more people watching as well. I quite like it. There's one thing I've always said, it's you guys in control of the channel. I do what you want. If you like something, I'll do it. If you don't like something, I won't do it. Find the Boeing 787-9. This is the Magknight model. Phone explain 2. Sounds good. Welcome Cyber, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. So here I am rocking out in the Train Sim Mod shirt. Nothing to do with Flight Sim, just the only shirt I had available at the moment. Channel's dying, how so? I mean, as long as you're uploading videos on it on a regular basis, then it shouldn't be dying, that's for sure. now the webcam's going to appear. It's a green screen. It should be disappearing. It's a green web microphone filter. Losing subscribers. How so? Have you said or done anything controversial recently? See, there's a contract aircraft in front of us. We have been following them for a fair while now, actually. Can't see the plane. The trail still stays behind. I believe we are now on our track. Yes, we are. No, we're not. No, got another 160 miles to go, then we're on the track. There you go. If you haven't uploaded in a bit, then don't expect people to stay tuned in. I mean, last year there was the time where I didn't upload for like a good 3 or 4 months. And so, unfortunately, when that happens, you kind of just expect viewers to be disinterested and slowly fade away. Because if you're not uploading, you're not really a channel, you don't really have content going on. The more you upload, the more viewers you generally get, and the more subscribers as you grow. So I'm trying to upgrade now, so I have a Saturday, Sunday stream, a Wednesday stream, and I'll try and do 1 or 2 videos in the week as well. Just Monday and Tuesday come my days off for this, because that's when there's the least amount of viewers. It's kind of just scheduling it, timing it, and finding the right people to watch your stuff as well. In my case, I make myself a bit more comfy for the long flights ahead. Quality effort more, man. Sort of got away with it. There is a thing where, like, if you have an amount of subscribers or just enough going on, then of course you can take a break and come back. I mean, PewDiePie took a break for like 2 months, didn't he? But because he's already got the viewer base behind him, he can jump back in and make it no problem. If you've got a small viewer base and you stop uploading, then for the most part, when it comes to mentality, it's like, look, they have 50 subscribers, they're not uploading anymore, they've given up. If you have 1 million subscribers, not uploading anymore, it's more likely you've taken a break than or just given up. Welcome Homie Muffin, how you doing? Welcome to the chat, how are you? Gonna see if you can do it, train some more videos. Go for it. Absolutely go for it. Yeah, I've been told by someone that you're supposed to move the heading selector to your direction of travel. I don't know if it's true or not, but to be fair, it's the only thing I've got to do on this flight now is the top of the descent, so I'm going to do it anyway. PewDiePie base is 20% of the world. Yeah, if you've got the subscriber base and the viewer base that's already there for you, to be fair, he could stop doing YouTube for 2 years and then come back randomly unannounced and he'd still get the same viewer count as before. But until you pass that threshold, I don't think smaller channels have that security, I guess, behind them. I mean, like I say, I average around this channel, Drawyah, it averages around 1,000 views a day. There was a period where it was averaging like 2,000 a day, but then, I kind of lost interest a little bit, stopped uploading. The 2,000 fell to 1,000, and I think at its lowest, getting maybe 300 or 400 views a day. So that for me was kind of a drop off. Things were looking really down. But then with the whole COVID-19 lockdown situation, because everyone's at home, people started watching YouTube a bit more. So even my stats started spiking up again, even though I was not uploading. So I thought, okay, now or never. If people want to watch a bit more, I might as well provide some content for them. Because at the end of the day, people want new content, or people want live content or whatever. I'll do what people want. There's no point hiding from that fact. And I enjoy it. I mean, I've always enjoyed flight sims. I could fly on my own, but then there's no real purpose to it. I could fly with packs, as passengers, but there's still no purpose to it. I can now live stream these flights, and all of a sudden I get 10, 15, 20 viewers who are now interested, and I'm no longer flying on my own. It's almost like I have got the passengers in the back of the airplane. I mean, you 5 people watching right now, it's someone to talk to, it's something to kill time. I could cruise for 7 hours and do nothing, or I can cruise for 7 hours and I can talk to someone. And so, yeah, that's kind of my mentality when it comes to doing these videos. I mean, I've just spent 300 quid on a new flight stick and throttle system. I might as well use it. I might as well talk to people about it as well. So yeah, it makes sense. I do YouTube as a hobby. As much as I'd like to go into it as a full-time, it's not going to happen. But even if it's just a couple videos a week, a couple live streams whenever, it fills the void. It gives you a bit more of a purpose to flying. I mean, it's not for everyone. There are people who enjoy just the flying on your own, being on your own kind of thing. I mean, introverts, that's how they roll, basically. But if you guys are interested in watching and I'm interested in showing off, then absolutely, there's no point hiding away from that. Are there occasions where I feel like, yes, I want more subscribers, more viewers? Of course. Everyone wants to grow, everyone wants to make a big gig out of it, but kind of once you know your place, once you know where you're sitting, then so be it. That's where it is. But hey, I think that's enough for me ranting on about this now. Start talking, don't know when to stop. Why have some Minecraft became popular? Probably because, well, Minecraft was a kid's game per se. So when I was young, Minecraft was like the big game. Minecraft and Roblox were the 2 big games when I was young. Then, as we grew older, a lot of the younger kids stuck to Minecraft and it kind of made it cringe per se. Kind of ruins the community. But then Fortnite came out, all the younger players moved from Minecraft to Fortnite, and all of the older people that kind of grew up with the game still there. So all of a sudden Minecraft became more popular. Because I grew up with Minecraft, so yeah, now it's just kind of the older, more experienced people playing it. I'm sure when Fortnite reaches a certain point, sort of people start moving somewhere else, even Fortnite, the old veterans of that will keep on going on. With Roblox, I mean, a lot of the young generation, a lot of the community is still there, so all of a sudden it's kind of just a wave where it is growing, but its popularity just doesn't shine like it used to. And that and Arthur is horrible. Arthur is the creepiest thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I've not played Roblox in a few years, but I do check it out from time to time to see where things are going. I think they rebranded Builders Club as well recently. They've redone Roblox. There's a lot of changes that they've done since I've left. Should I play SCR and Roblox? No, like I say, Roblox, I've got fond memories of it, but it is now a past thing for me. So we are over the Atlantic. We have passed the island. There's now just water between us and the States. We've been airborne for 1 hour and 11 minutes. So far, so good. Yeah, so same URL on the stream. That was there. Has done nothing. Yes, the narrator for Thomas' Tank Engine recently passed away. Shame that. I grew up watching a lot of Thomas. I watched the OG Thomas Tank Engine, not the new CGI stuff. I watched OG Bob the Builder back when they were all toy models. Postman Pat when he was a puppet. What else did I watch of the OG stuff? Yeah, a lot of the CGI I'm not a massive fan of, but then again, the old hand-done stuff, that was my childhood. For kids these days, the CGI stuff's their childhood, so they're going to defend that more than anything. Quasi Afro played it. Like I say, Roblox, that's the past for me. I mean, that's it, I'll do what people want me to do, but at the same time, it's one of those things that I've also got to enjoy it. There's no point doing something, showing off like look at me, I'm loving this, I'm pretending I love it, but in reality, I hate it, I despise it. And so like I say, with Roblox, I played it, I enjoyed it. Unfortunately, the main reason I actually left Roblox, my account got logged into and about 90,000 Robux that just got taken away, disappeared, went to nothing. So that for me was like, okay, I've lost everything. I've lost a lot of my unlimited items that I'd really liked, such as the Epic Duck. That was something I just had because I liked it as part of my Roblox character. I was midway through developing a new game. I had a game that was fairly popular, got to the front page a few times, and so I was developing a sequel for it. But then lost the Robux. I had no money to like advertise and all that, and so yeah, just that was it really. I grew out of it. But I'll always remember BloxCon London 2012. I'll remember the online virtual BloxCons and all that. I'll remember all the old games. My account was May 2009, so that was before groups existed, before Builders Club existed. I saw the original Roblox, and I saw it change as time went on. Thomas Tank Engine got you into trains and buses. It's going to turn on for you, sure thing. Yeah, Builders Club got rebranded, didn't it? It's like Roblox Premium or something like that. Magknight's model's insane. I do like it. It's not a bad model by any means. And combined with a good livery, it does look fantastic. Which cockpit is a little bit better? I know they are still developing on the cockpit systems and stuff, so the cockpit will eventually become better. Just a case of when. Makes it sound posh. Yeah. Roblox has changed a lot since I left it. It's like 2 years ago now. 2-3 years ago is when I really started losing it. I've logged in maybe 2 or 3 times since, just to see what's up there, but I don't know. Roblox support was not too helpful when I lost my stuff, so yeah, they didn't want to help me. That's fine, I'll kind of stop playing them. 90,000 Robux, that was a lot of money back then. I believe Robux has also now become super inflated, so that's now relatively normal, but there was a time back when there was Tix and Robux. One was a premium, one was the free currency. What's that? Vietnam one again. A few people asking for flights for a training going on. We are about an eighth of the way through the flight so far. We've been in the air for 1 hour and 20 minutes. 6 hours 40 to go. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long day. 10 PM UK times when I land. And we are still behind something over there. That contrail we've been following for so long now. There is someone ahead of us on this track. 50 miles to go then. I don't think the overhead display is functional. No, it's not. Got wipers. I love the wing curvature as well, the 787. It flexes so much, it looks fantastic. Turn some heaters on, why don't we? Yeah, so far so good. Just a steady flight, no turbulence, nothing really out of the way of us in this high altitude. I'm sure once we start approaching New York, fingers crossed things calm down a little bit in terms of the weather, but it does look like it will be cloud cover for the majority of the way. Can you see what's ahead of you? What do you mean by that? I mean, for the most part, it's water. Nothing but water. Few storm cells over the north here. That's about ETA 5 hours 37. Don't crash. I don't think I'm going to. At least that's not the plan today. I do plan to arrive in American one piece Last my transatlantic, that was a British Airways 747. It was a modified version of the default, but unfortunately, next plane, because it's a modified default, the default 74 has a few problems with its fuel pump system. So, yeah, unfortunately, we never quite made it to America. We had plenty of fuel for America, but things didn't go our way. So that stream ended quite abruptly. This one, though, the Magknight, I am fully sure we'll make it without any problems. Should do the Titanic. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Try and make how to. No, I'm not going to do that. You ran out of fuel. That's the thing. I didn't run out of fuel. My center tank was completely full, but because the fuel pumps in the default 747 don't work, the center fuel tanks was never used. So we ran out of fuel in our main engine tanks. The center tanks just never drained, which was a well, it was annoying to discover because we were midway through our cruise at the time. Right, so we are now at the waypoints, or in this case, the coordinates. So we are starting our track. At this point, ETOPS matters. So our track will take us over South Tenerife if we were to run out of fuel now. In about 2 hours, if we were to run out of fuel, we then transfer over to Greenland. I think it's Keflavik we'll be flying to. Then, in about 6 hours, the option would be... Thank you for following on Twitch, Massey, much appreciated. How are you doing? Then the option after Keflavik would be... I can't remember it. One of those airports, and then after that, it's then to New York. So we have 4 airports ahead of us. Blip in front of me, so that's a control of another aeroplane ahead of us, but it comes in out of view when it's speeding up and slowing down. But yeah, we have another aircraft somewhere in front of us. That made you jump. I'm good, thanks. Just getting ready to fly at the same plane. Oh, fair play. You're also doing the same route, Massey. You're doing you're doing London to New York in Norwegian colours. Let me set the altitude again, 278, because again, got nothing else to do, so we'll set the heading to match the current heading. So we have high frequency radio, and we've got standard VHF radio. Norwegian, how are you doing? Welcome to the chats. You fly British Airways from Gatwick to Gran Canaria. Okay. 787-747. Don't know what to fly. Or do I fly the 75? fair few options. I mean, BA don't fly to 7.5 anymore. They were sent to Open Skies in France before being retired entirely. 7.5, sorry, 7.8 or 7.4. Well, it's down to you. You fly on the X-plane, I presume, if you fly on 787. Actually, it could be P3 on the quality wings. It's a beautiful Dreamliner. Flying X-plane, sounds good. So you got the flapper on there shaking the winds. For the most part, the flapper on the 787 doesn't actually do anything. It receives no power, has no functionality whatsoever, apart from maybe assisting in takeoff slightly. For 90% of the flight, it's just floating in the wind. It doesn't do anything. And so it's a bit turbulent, I guess. It kind of shakes. The 787's flapper on, it serves no purpose whatsoever. How much did it cost? Stuff like $40–50 at the moment on the Xplane.org for its Aviator edition. As they update it more, the price will go up, but yeah, it's not terribly expensive, the Magknight. And likewise, there is also the free demo version as well on the org store, on the org forum, sorry, the freeware one, the Magknight 0.5. Let's have a look at our passengers. How are they doing? 97% satisfied, 6.5 hours expected arrival. We have had a meal service already, so most people have already eaten, not hungry or thirsty. But yeah, you have some passengers who, I guess, didn't eat, and therefore starting to take the toll on them. 313 passengers on board today. So plenty to enjoy from that. I would not enjoy sitting in this seat, I must say. You're right next to the toilet the entire flight. I'm sure towards the end of the day as well, when they've not so much been cleaned, it's not the nicest smelling seats. Thank you for subscribing, Norwegian Dumbass. How are you doing? Thank you very much. Toilets are vacant right now, but not models. Elapsed time 1 hour 33. Zoo times 14:13. UK times 15:13. Since you're in summertime at the moment. Microphone set to Unicom 1 to 2.8 at the moment. Scorpion 7000 as we are uncontrolled. Do I play OMSI 2? Yes, I do. Do I have the Enviro 400 MMC? Is that the Winston 3D Studios one? Because if it is, then yes, I do. If it's one of those payware ones that recently came out, then no, I don't. I mean, I know there's a payware Enviro 400, but I don't see the need for it when there are 3 freeware ones already. And I mean, they're all pretty good. I swear by the Winston 3D Studios one. Winston's buses are pretty good, although he hasn't done much recently. It's a shame, he has kind of stopped developing. But yeah, I have got OMSI 2. I do play it from time to time. Fuel pump low, centre, left and right. So the centre fuel tank is now about to empty. And so we'll start burning fuel now from the left and right tanks shortly. We'll leave it on a little bit longer since... Actually, let's have a look at it in a bit more detail. How the fuel tank's doing. Okay, yeah, so there's not enough fuel in the centre for it to actually do anything anymore, so the centre pumps we can now turn off. You're cool, thank you very much, man, much appreciated. Favourite route on trains in the world? Probably... It's very close between the Great Western Express and the Long Island Railroad with the introduction of the M3. I love the M3, it's a fantastic train. It's getting a little bit turbulent now. Some wind starting to rock the aircraft, but should be alright. So far, so good. While we're at cruise, let's have a look at our approach into New York. This is supposed to be an approach for a fair few hours, but let's have a look at what we're expecting at the moment. So it should be runway 22 right via a Parch 3 arrival. Let me see if I've even got that. We have a Parch 2. That was a 22 left or right, sorry. 22 right. Okay, so yeah, we have got the approach. Man, check, we have to do the other way around. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, we've got it. our data's not too out of date. Because we didn't have to sit out at Gatwick, but that was mainly direct anyway, so it didn't cause any problem for us. No harm there. So that 400, 40,000 feet. It's definitely a high cruise for a lot of aircraft, but not as high as the Concorde. It'd be another 20,000 feet above us if they're still flying. But for the most part, it's more than fair flights. On the distance. Yeah, that's fair. Sometimes when you get on a model, the distance will disappear, but it looks like the Magknight uses quite a uniform setup. Can you do another train sim mod? I can do a train sim mod at some points. Next time I stream train sim, it's going to be train simulator, as I've got something else in mind, but I will do train sim mod at some points. Pick a route, pick a scenario, and do a few runs on that. Potentially even the CSX Heavy Haul. We haven't done much of that. Also, we have the Canadian Switcher one as well. Didn't do too much of that since it came out. Oh, pardon me. It's a long day. Sitting here doing nothing. We're coming up to about a fifth of the way now. In fact, going up to a quarter. 1 hour 40 on the clock. 2 hours means that we're 1/4 of the way there. Fun fact, I've never actually done a long haul flight in the real world. I've only ever done short hauls. I can show you where I've flown, in fact, as well. Up in the air if anyone uses it. It's a fun little app. Okay, you really can't see it because of how my green screen's set. Also manages to text blue as well, so it may not work. There you go. It's also not very big, so you can't see it anyway, but that's kind of where I've flown around Europe. In fact, let me just do a screenshot. Do that. We'll do that. And we will do that. Stick them somewhere I can easily access them, like Discord. Perfect. Let's then open up my desktop. Open that up. So flights that I've done in the real world. Why did that one not open? Yes, here's a map. So I live in London, as you guys I'm sure know. This is flights I've been on since 2014, so been to Poland a few times, been to Germany a couple of times, Denmark once, done Norway twice, also done Scotland, Spain and France, did that both for one trip. Italy I've been a few times as well. Usually it's fairly cheap to get there from the UK. Finland I've done twice, Sweden I've done once. I need to return to Stockholm at some point. It's been a while since I last went there, but I do need to do it again. I think Stockholm was my first like kind of weekend trip away where I went on my own, so it was a lot for me to learn on that for a first time. It's like Oslo, went there quite early on, went there again second time, kind of enjoyed it a little bit more. Statistics wise, last year I flew 18 times, this year I flew 11, but I should be on 17 at this point, but sadly, I say, what was it, 6 flights of mine were cancelled, so I had to kind of give up on that. Most aircraft I've been on is the Boeing 737-800s. It's 32 times I've been on one of those. I've been on 4 A320 series aircraft and 3 A319s. Most common airport, London Stansted, 29 times. Next is Rzeszów, because I am half Polish, so I see family in Poland fairly often. Luton Airport comes after at 5. Top countries, 42 times I've been in and out of the UK. 12 times Italy, 12 times Poland. Top airlines Ryanair, 30 times. And then following that is EasyJet 4 and Alitalia twice. As for aircraft types I've been on 3 A319s, 4 A320s, 1 A320neo, 1 Boeing 717, that was a fantastic flight. I've been on 32 738s and 1 737, 1 E190 and 2 ATR42s. So that's a little bit of a look into the flights I've done in the real world. Is the Magknight 7.8 good? Yeah, I've got no problems with it. There are quirks, there are issues that they are fixing, so VNAV is an issue that this current version has a 1.5. We should see a hotfix for that soon, hopefully. But overall, it's a decent enough aircraft. AudioBed did the sound for it, and I think that's certainly one of the highlights for it, but like I say, if you don't mind one or two of a few quirks that are hopefully going to be upgraded and fixed soon, then yeah, it's a perfectly capable aircraft, the Magknight. Boris Johnson or Donald Trump, both equally the same. Do I like the Man City livery? Do I like the Man City livery? I think that'll give you the answer to that. I'm wearing 2 shirts at the moment, it's going to get very warm in here. So yeah then. Do I like P2D? I've got P2D V4. It's a nice enough simulator, but I don't know, I don't use it as much as X-Plane these days. I used to have FSX, and I swore by FSX for so long, but eventually it just became too laggy, too slow. I had to make the move to another simulator. I didn't own P3D initially, but I did own X-Plane, so I switched over to X-Plane. I kind of got used to the setup, and Yeah, I fly X-Plane to this day, really. I do have P3D, I do fly it from time to time, but X-Plane for me personally does jump up another level. But we'll see how that changes when Microsoft Flight Simulator releases later this year. Would you say P3D is more realistic? When it comes to flight dynamics, no. When it comes to lighting, I prefer P3D's lighting, but it's not realistic per se. When it comes to aircraft and systems, yes. But that's about it for me when it comes to realism. I did a video 2 weeks ago, like comparing two simulators. It's worth a watch if you want to see what I think about it. But until we get Blade Element Theory in P3D, I mean, this here is streamlined. So basically, this here is the airflow around to my 787 right now. You can see the way it kind of bends at the back down. You can see how the wings affect it and all that. This is airflow around the aircraft's model. This is how a simulator should take care of it, not just data tables. Wake turbulence behind me, so if there's any aircraft flying behind me, they'd feel wake turbulence as well. Let's let go. Follow the contrails back. You can see they get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until they eventually dissipate at the back. This is how we should do airflow. Do I know if a good 747 coming to X-Plane? Really want to X-Plane. I mean, there is the SSG 748, but I've heard very mixed things about it. I don't own it myself, so I can't give you a full opinion on it, but the SSG is an option. I believe Just Flights, when they're doing their 747 Classic, that might be an X-Plane model as well, but I'm not so sure. Let's have a look. Yes, so Just Flight's Classic 747 will be on X-Plane 11. Yep, there's another airplane over there, but just out of view for me to zoom in and spot the model, but there is someone out there. We're about to hit the next leg of this track now. No ETA yet on the Just Flight Classics. They're a little bit off for release. What time's it now? It's coming up to, it's past 5:30 UK. I can go a little bit longer without eating. I had a light lunch today. It wasn't really a lunch, it was like a pastry, but that's about it. Yeah, like I said, tonight I'll probably just cook some pasta meal or something. See if I want any sauce, if not, minced beef or something. Actually, we don't have any minced beef either. Pasta, and maybe I'll make a roux out of cheese sauce maybe. To remind myself, does the thing also give you a landing calculator? I don't think it does. airport information for Gatwick. Is P3D worth getting? It depends what you're going to use it for, really. It depends how you use it. I'm going to take this too. Actually, yeah, leave it on that for now. One thing I like about 770, you can split the CD up on here, and we could just use where is it? I know, right, that's how I have to do it. Okay, so yeah, you can just stick this up here and use the flight management computer from here instead. Such a funky little tool that. Down here we can then set up a, let's put the system information there, and let's put the communication panel there. It's a very modular aircraft, 787. CDU, we'll stick that on the right screen, and we'll just put the system information. Uh, 747. If you're getting the 7, because with P3D, then you'd almost certainly have to buy the PMDG 747 as well, Queen of the Skies. So it's not a cheap option, but it's a very good option. X-Plane has got a default 747, but it's not fantastic. Actually, it's alright. It has a working FMS, it has decent flight systems and all that. It just doesn't have a working fuel pump, so if you have fuel in the centre tank, then good luck. As I say, I found it out the hard way, but yes, it's a decent enough aircraft. Might take the shirt off now actually because it's getting quite warm with 2 layers. Put it on as a joke. Joke's over now. Let's say back in the train sim mod shirt. Put this up at one of the conventions they go to. Actually, it was like one of the model railway shows they go to. But hey, welcome back, Gaming Ninja. How you doing? You want PMDG 747 for GSX? Then definitely a P3D option, but with GSX, it's now getting even more expensive the more add-ons you pile up to it. I am very excited for the release of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. It's got a default 748, but the scenery looks fantastic, the world environments look fantastic. It's a big hope for that one. Oh me. Last night they get to sleep till like 2 AM, so yeah, they get to sleep till 2 AM because I was setting up this stream. Make sure everything was still working because, like I say, recent reinstall of my system, so I had to make sure that everything was still functioning properly. Fortunately, it does. One or two small things to change, but working. We'll see the cloud is coming up to an end now. It will be ocean skies in a short bit. I get a chance to see the end of the weather. How many more months do you think it will be out in? I mean, we're going to see the release of the new Xbox console by the end of the year, but the Xbox version of Microsoft Flight Simulator won't come until next year at the earliest. I know Microsoft and Sobo will want to try and get to the, at the latest, the Christmas rush, because that's when everyone's going to start buying games again and pushing for that, so yeah, I'd say around Christmas time, December. Although if it's earlier than that, maybe September, October, which is like a school start time to kind of buy the games, but usually games release either in September, October, or November, December. We've been flying for 1 hour 57, so we are just under a quarter of the way there. Just under a quarter. There we go. Oh wow, IVA's got really busy over the UK at the moment, and even Europe. I mean, I used to be on VATSIM. I used to fly VATSIM a lot. I mean, it's very good for ATC coverage and all that. I mean, the UK is always very busy. But, like I say, I had a small few things with VATSIM, which ultimately saw me leave the network, which is a shame. So, yeah, VATSIM has always been busy, but IVO numbers seem to be a lot higher these days. So yeah, we're here. We're a quarter of the way now to America. 5 hours left of our 8-hour flights. And yes, it looks like a fridge. I guess it does. I won't even take a nap at this point. Tired. So, at the end of the clouds. What do I think about the PS5? I've not looked at the consoles. I'm not really a console gamer myself, so I've never really taken a look at either Xbox or PlayStation. Not something that particularly interests me. I'm quite happy with my PC. If I'm not playing on the TV, I've got a Steam Link I can hook up. Xbox or PlayStation would be a bit of a waste in my opinion at this time. Most of the games I want to play are already on it, on PC, so not losing out on anything. Can't play X-Plane on a console now, can you? Get a haircut at some point. It's starting to really drop now, this, isn't it? It's a bit terrible. This spam mail. Someone in Spain apparently wants to give me $1 million. No, thank you. Yeah, so how is the stream going to work out? Because Twitch, I know, will split it in two. It's YouTube I'm most interested in. What's this? $1 million. Something like that. It's just a spam mail. It's going to be Vietnam again. Yes, it is. So stream should now be in 1080. Yeah, that's better. That looks much better than what I was doing before at 720. I'm not sure why I had that set up like that. Obviously something wasn't quite working proper. I might redo the overlay actually as well. Make it a bit neater for the future. I'll work on it. Glider videos doing alright, 60 views so far. 100% likes, so obviously one person who disliked it has now changed their minds. So it's good to see. Which one's that? That's the FSX. Sorry, that's the P3 versus X-Plane video. That one's doing alright. 4,000 views actually, that's just hit, so I'm very happy with how that's going. Although, as I say, if it even does half as good as what my original FSX versus X-Plane video does, I'd be very happy with that. Now, I keep telling myself I need to change this stream. It says on the game, it says X-Plane. Very strange. Do you think I'll move to 2020 when it comes out? Possibly. Very possibly. If it's as good as what I've seen so far, then I see no reason why I shouldn't move across to it. There might be one or two X-Plane aircraft I'll still use going back to it, but yeah, I've got no reason to not like X-Plane Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. I used it at XO19, the games convention in London last year. So I've already played it a little bit. I have an idea of how it will work. It's now just a case of waiting for me to actually get onto my own system. I'm not on the beta tests. I'd like to be, but we'll see. Saying that screenshots might not be what it actually is. I mean, as the world's... I mean, again, it's all based on satellite information, like I say. There will be some parts of the world which is not so greatly defined. But, as I say, time will tell. We'll see how it looks when it comes close to release. I mean, there have been some leaked videos and screenshots on the internet. I'm sure we've all seen the leaked stuff, so... it's not completely unknown what the simulator will look like. It's just a case of how close to it will be. Well, I saw XO19 was pretty good, but then there was only 3 very particular locations that they only allowed to fly through, so we'll see. Ultimately, the only people that really know what it's like are the beta testers, who are under a non-disclosure agreement, and the developers of Sober themselves. If you take the train to my DLC, what would it be? Probably something in Poland or Finland. I can't really tell the overall feeling of the sim. Screenshots, that's the thing. True, very true. If you're on Facebook, there is the Microsoft Flight Simulator Facebook group that has got a few beta testers who talk about it on there. If you're on Discord, there's also that semi-official Discord group as well for FS 2020. Another thing I'm sure we'll get to see a bit more through. And there's the contrail again in the distance. It just keeps popping up and disappearing every few minutes. Nice and simple flight today. I don't know why I've never actually really done much transatlantic on this channel. I mean, it's a massive flight that I'm sure people are really interested in, but I don't know, I've just never really sat down and done it properly before. I'm glad I'm finally doing it, that's for sure, but it's something that I should do more often. I've tried it a few times, and I've failed on every single... Actually, no. I've done it once, it was a Concorde flight, and nobody watched it. Yeah, I've done one transatlantic flight. This will be my second. Actually, I did Concorde. I did the 747, which didn't make it. I'm sure I've done one more, at least one more. Also, I love the seat here. It must be very cozy. You can lean on the cabinet seat and lay back and relax a bit. It's a very comfy seat, this. Very cozy. There's my neighbour Toronto in the bottom left corner. Yeah, it's a small Easter egg on the Magknight. It's a cute one though. Right, so we're over a quarter of the way there now. Still another 2 hours or so until we get to the midpoint of this flight. We are still set for a 10 PM landing, I believe. ETA, yeah, 1944, so that'll be 8 o'clock. Would it really be that early? Surely not. That ETA, I'd say, is a little bit off for our current landing. I think you're a little bit behind, Sam. Check if you're quite up to date on the stream for like 5 minutes behind. If you're on a slow internet or lagging behind a bit, it looks like you may have actually fallen behind stream. Default sound pack and XP vault. So we have got some PA on the aircraft, but I much prefer that of PAX. Although this one is not really much for the passengers to really say at this point. Public address, general. Yeah, there's no real things to say at the moment. Nothing to really broadcast over the passenger system. Back in 2 seconds. Cool, I'm back. Thought I'd make myself a quick soup, so that I will enjoy for a couple of minutes. Let's see how we're doing. This is not freeware. Welcome Toby, how you doing? This is not freeware, this is the Magknight 787, it's payware. It's a very nice oxtail soup, this. It's just standard Heinz, to be fair. Added a little bit of garlic sauce, a little bit of paprika, give it a bit of heat. It's nice. We check air traffic control, see if we're still on. Yes, we are. No one talking at the moment.
In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight service. We'll be serving complimentary drinks and snacks.
Complimentary drinks and snacks? I've got my soup here.
Complimentary and premium drinks. Premium drinks are available for a small charge. If you wish to make an additional purchase, we only accept credit cards.
So we're about a third of the way now into our transatlantic crossing. We're still doing alright. It's 40,000 feet. Ground speed 441 knots. The winds are still blowing in the headwind, so we are being pushed back by that, but it's only 18 knots. Not as bad as the takeoff. It was like 23 gusting 32, wasn't it? It's crazy. So it looks like there has been a bit more cloud cover recently. Well, it's coming to an end already soon. Oops. Yeah, a bit of cloud cover surrounding us, but nothing too much, nothing too crazy. Didn't that announcement play just after we got to cruise? Yes it did, but on a long haul flight you get more than one service going through. It's like the trolley service. On a short haul, you'll get to maybe 2 times a flight. On a long haul, you get to like 5 or 6. Depends on how the service goes. Yeah, 2 hours 36 in the air now. So 1/3 of the way there. must be catching up with that aircraft in front of us, because those contrails get bigger and bigger every time we see it. We must be getting closer. 787 is fortunately quite a fast aircraft, so in terms of its cruising speeds, it does fare quite a bit when it comes to flights. It's not a bad aircraft. I'm very excited for the flight in 2 weeks. It's going to be an early start and an even later finish. How long is that flight? How long did it take us the last time to do, actually? That gives us an indication of how long this one will take. So a while ago we did it now. There it is. Last time it took us 17 hours and 11 minutes. This was the flight. So we started off in Perth, took off, and then flew essentially halfway around the world before landing at Heathrow. So we're going to do the reverse of that in 2 weeks. It'll be slightly longer, I believe, the way back. 17, that goes to like 18, 19. And yeah, it was a good flight. It was a good landing as well, wasn't it? 77 feet per minute, so it was a very good landing. Just got a case of how we're going to time it. Because I could start at maybe 5 AM in the UK with time difference. Maybe about 5 AM in Australia, to be fair. It's a lot of planning goes into that one. And almost certainly, for the main bit of cruising, do I head to sleep while the plane's in cruise? Do I try and time it where I'm awake the whole time? welcome Plane Fan, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. How are you? Of course, just over a third of the way now to our flights. 5 hours to go until we land. Actually, maybe more like 5.5 hours. Nope, 5:17 till landing. So, it's got a little while to go. Nothing warms you up like a nice bowl of soup. So in 15 minutes away now until we hit our 3-hour point. Let's have a look at the map. Let's get an update of where in the world we are. So we're actually about halfway now through the Atlantic crossing. And we've got these aircraft up to the north of us. They're going to... Actually, you're going to JFK as well. But you took off slightly more east, so it makes sense to take the slightly more northerly track. You're going to San Francisco from Heathrow, so you're on the same track as he is. And those two aircraft are very close to one another. What's the altitude difference? 35. 29. Very low. We're here. Not sure what his routing is. Chicago ahead to Quarry Boumerdine. I am horribly butchering that place's name, I'm afraid. Yeah, not sure what his routing was. Must have taken a wrong turn or something. Other than that, it's relatively peaceful. Halfway over the water. It's also been nice to have a bridge on the gap between the UK and North America. At some point then, I should try and create like a connection around the world. So, America over to Japan, Japan over to Shanghai. That was the Finnair flight, wasn't it, from Helsinki? Yes, it was. That was the Finnair 350. So got the really long 787 flight from before as well. Got this little straight out of Moscow. That was Sukhoi Superjets. You've got all of this here. 99% of it will be flying Ryanair services. I'm surprised I'm not done Inverness yet, actually. Probably that at some point soon, try and fill the gap. I wonder if I ever do Air Canada Rouge again. I did one flight over to St Lucia. Not sure. Will I ever do the return flight? That was an A319. That was like a 5-hour flight as well, wasn't it? Actually, I can just have a look at my fleet, can I? Oh, that was the first one. Yeah, that was a 5-hour 30 flight, so it was a long one as well. If I have to do the return, we'll see. I can always contract it, that's an option as well for airlines that are a bit lost. I've done one contract flight in the past. Select airline, let's say Finnair. Departure out of Helsinki. Okay, there are none. Reset filters. How many do you actually have on the contracts page? Oh, there's plenty of them. Let's see, Heathrow. A couple of British Airways flights. A couple of Japan Airlines. That was just a BA, nondescript. So I wonder. No. EGKK to KJFK. There's a British Airways from Gatwick to JFK. There's also Lufthansa apparently from to as well. So potentially, if I want to do like a flight but not create an airline fleet or any of that, then I could just look into contracts. There's always an option actually to go forward with as well. Super quickly. Yeah, go for that next. Bit of yogurt as well, because why not? It's nice and stable. It's a nice aircraft to fly to 7.8. It's nice and simple. Very easy to follow along. finish off my lunch, and then we'll carry on the flight. I do apologise. We're flying for 8 hours. I do need to do something to fill me up. Right, yeah, flight progress is perfectly fine. Aircraft's doing what it should be doing. Welcome back, aviation. Yep, still flying. Not even halfway yet. Still got a long way to go until we come into landing. How long's our landing? We are landing in 5 hours and 3 minutes. And that's the expected arrival, so it could change slightly. But yeah, got plenty of time left to go, don't you worry. Plenty of time. ETA is 1944 Zulu. That probably will go back by an hour as we continue the flight, because that's 7 hours, 5 times 8 hours. Long, like I say, we're not even halfway yet. It's got most of the flight to go. In terms of our position, once it loads, we're here. We took off here. We're landing here. So yeah, we got a long way to go. But it is worth it. I do like doing these long haul flights. Gonna get some to eat. No worries, Sam. Talk to you later. Take care. I mean, I've already left once myself to grab something to eat, so yeah, don't starve yourself over this. Can't watch stream. Just gonna back check it. No worries, Delix. Don't you worry. We've still got a long way to go, so you're not missing out on too much, that's for sure. Landing's in about 5 hours, so if you want to try and tune in for that, then set an alarm up. The Zulu time's at the top there, converted to your local. Sure, you'll see the landing. See you in 5 hours. No worries, man. Take care. Welcome, Mackenzie. How you doing? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. How are you? So far, we're just going through our super long cruise. 3 hours and 8 minutes, so another 50 minutes, we're at our midway points. Good to know, man. Good to know. So far we're now at the midpoints of our cruise. We're coming up to our midpoints. So we've got several hours before we land at Gatwick. But it's not been a bad flight. So we're going towards JFK. We departed from Gatwick. Departed 3 hours and 10 minutes ago, as we just checked. Plane. Yeah, it's going to be a long flight today. Don't expect too much in the way of amenities. Just sit back, relax, and let it happen. I'd like to be a pilot in the future. Sounds good. It's not a cheap career to get into, but if you have the financing, then certainly it's an option that a lot of people do go for. I mean, at some point in the future I will try and get a hobby license, but I don't think I'll go commercial. I don't think I'll turn it into a career. As much as I'd like to, I don't quite have that backing behind me, so yeah, I continue as it is. But I have done some flying in the past. Back in January I did some microlighting. Sorry, back in March I did some gliding, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. Have you actually flown an aircraft before, or have you just done simulators in the past? Have you ever been behind the controls of an aeroplane, if it's like a Cessna or something like that? If not, look into true trial flights. They're not too expensive, and they give you an idea of how flying works. Flight 38 and flight 521. Oh, right. British Airways flight 38 back in 2008 and Emirates 521 back in 2016. And there's been a lot more recent stuff. Join Discord. Sounds good, man. Feel free to say hi in there. Let's have a chat. Just my chair, sorry. It's being a bit... One of the armrests have come like loose from the railing. So it's just trying to jab it back in place. Stop it from sliding everywhere. I did plane spotting for the first time in Heathrow. Alright, doing it is fun. We'll do more in the future. Sounds good. So I presume you're based in the UK. Yeah. I mean, the easiest way to get into it in the UK would be to join a cadets group. Join the Air Cadets, do some flying experience with them. And then, yeah, see what you do from there. If you have the finance behind it, then you can always pay away into getting a license. Get good grades in school. It's not terribly difficult. Just need to finance behind it. I've been in a 787 Dreamliner before. I haven't. I've not been in a 78 before. I'd like to, but I've not yet had the chance to really fly so far before. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But for the most part, any real world flights I have done, I do stick them on Instagram. I do stick them on. Yeah, it's mainly Instagram. I don't too much do Facebook on my page. I really should do. Discord I do for actual simulations and game talk, but Instagram's where I get a little bit more of my real life stuff. So flying in the real world, holidays I'm taking, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, if you want to chat, feel free to join the Discord server. Links in the description. Feel free to hop on and say hello. Sounds good. Sounds good. Welcome, Goran. If you get a chance, make sure to fly 787 flew tight as well. Yeah, I'd absolutely like to. I mean, the 78 looks like a fab aircraft through and through, so as soon as I get to fly one, then absolutely. Yeah, good luck with your channel aviation. Film -9 version from LAX to Heathrow, and from San Jose, is that SJC, to Los Angeles and 738 Delta. I tried making a 787 out of cardboard, but left wing, but lost it. Ah, shame. Try and make another one. I'm sure it's not too difficult to make out of cardboard. Just time consuming. It is San Jose. Sounds good. Getting a little bit turbulent now. Although that also might just be the issue the Magknight has, where slowly it starts to bob up and down a little bit. It's not too difficult to fix. No, keep the VNAV, it's just the AirNav I want. Thanks for following Rupert, much appreciated. How are you? Welcome to the Twitch stream. Just checking out, is this the 7A or is it turbulence? Because sometimes the way the Magknight works, at least when you hit certain points, the VNAV starts to mess around a little bit. So if that is just a VNAV issue, sorry, if that is just turbulence, not a VNAV issue, then that's fine. I'm not doing too bad, Rupes. I'm not doing too bad. So a fairly simple flight so far. Everything's looking pretty smooth. Did you join Discord Aviation, or have you not joined yet? It's getting fairly bumpy now. I might turn the seatbelts on a little bit just in case the winds do start to pick up. The only long-haul aircraft we've been in is the A310. They can't, although they ran very little from the 330, 7678. I mean, I've not been on any long-haul aircraft. I've only been on the short haul, so I was supposed to do this year the 777 and 747, but those two flights were cancelled, so that's not happening just yet. But we'll see what happens in the long run. As soon as travel starts to become more viable again, see what destinations are await. Even on the 319, 737, 78 and 76. Well, I have been on the following. I've got a list up somewhere. Right. I have been on the A319, the A320, the A320neo, the 717, the 738, the 737, the E190 and the ATR 42. So I've been on a fair variety, but nothing super special. Though can't lie, the 717 was pretty cool, and the 777-700 was also pretty interesting as well. You don't get too many of those in Europe. No worries, Rupes. Take care. Even on 77 split symmetry just Sharklets. Sharklets are not 737. Sharklets are Airbus winglets. You have split scimitars and blended wingtips in the 737. Wow. Even on all the jet family, most were all Jordanian, and one was a charter. A charter one, eh? Fair enough. Yeah, I've only been on the E195 before, so nothing too special. Although it was with Alitalia, and that was essentially a first-class configuration going from Milan Linate to London City Airport. That was a very good flight. I was very pleased with that one. Great service. Can't complain about the Alitalia. been to Gatwick before when you were little, to Madrid, Spain. I've flown Gatwick to... I've flown from Gatwick to Milan. Milan Bergamo. I flew from I've done one departure from Gatwick, 2 arrivals. Actually 3 arrivals. So my one departure was to Milan, two of my arrivals were from Helsinki, and then one was also from Inverness. If you're correct, operating Aer Lingus. Interesting. Yep, still going dark laser. Still got a long way to go until we arrive, don't you worry. It's not a short flight. You've got an EJet family, 21, 20, 738, 63, okay. 78, 310 and 330. How long? We land in... Let's get the numbers. We land in 4.5 hours. There's a little bit of turbulence right now, but not too bad. Turbulence is scary, not really. If anything, I actually prefer a flight with turbulence than a straight one. A bit more adrenaline. Still with on 747. Yes, I'm not sure when I'm going to do it, but I will try and rebook America at some point soon. The lights got really bright there for a southern. Will I be playing MS 2020 later on this year? If it releases, then yes. Ultimately, it comes down to when will it release. The day it comes out, I'm going to play it, that's for sure. I mean, I am very excited for it. It's going to be a rather fun platform, that's for sure. And so it's just a case of when does it release and how quickly I can install it, basically. Like I said, I'm very excited for it. I played it at XO19. I hope to play it again soon. I've also just checked. We are now halfway through the flight, actually. If not, very close to it. Making very good progress right now. We're coming towards the latter portion of our transatlantic crossing. Still got a little while to go, but yeah, we've definitely made a fair bit of progress there. Exciting stuff. Such a long flight. Meanwhile, that's 5 hours now. No. Not even 4 yet. I don't know where I got 5 hours from. So another 80 minutes to go till we hit 5. Might just go for a quick nap, like I said. I could certainly do with one. Whoops. Come on. Come on. There. Let's get the travel pillow on. And now we can sleep. Gonna sleep well tonight, that's for sure. Ooh, my frame rate just drops there for a second. I wonder why. Probably changing views, that never helps. Oops, make sure that the thing is set correctly. 271. So actually, we don't have too many waypoints left to go. There's just long distance between them all, but now 355 miles to our next waypoints. And after that, 86 until we get back to actual defined waypoints rather than just following a track. So, as I say, we really are getting fairly close now to the US coast, or at least the American coast. I think we do flying through Canada before heading over to the UK, to the US. Mine's stuck in the other direction. Pretty much airline snack thing I've got on here. A little cream filled bun, or I think it's a custard filled bun in a separately wrapped plastic thing. Oh, that's just changed again. That's better. We have Google Home, and sometimes it messes around, so I guess just have to remind it. Welcome Tristan, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Check something. Welcome back, Sam. Not missed much in particular. We've hit our... We're coming up to our halfway point now, but for the most part, it is still very quiet. So let's get a weather update in New York. Let's see what it's going to look like when we land. .10 knots 230. Few clouds at 2,500. It's a 10-mile visibility, so yeah, it's going to be very cloudy in approach. Very cloudy. Winds aren't too bad, fortunately, but don't expect it to be too visible. By looks of things, it will be our 22 right departure to arrival, and it will be. It was the departure approach, wasn't it? Just quickly confirm that. The approach is via Parch, yes. Hang on, sorry. Clear the mods. Did it around Parch 2, 22 right. Execute that. Oh, right, okay. So I say it's quite a fair bit of cruise, but no, we actually do descend between Plymouth and Parch. And so that should now be our arrival into Gatwick, into JFK sorted. 1,900 for the intercept, which is fine. And then on the radios page, we then sort out the ILS information. Four of you guys asked how long it'll be. Been another 4 hours. Yes. So it'll be another. We're actually just about to hit the 4-hour mark. 30 seconds away from that now. Gosh, that was a very powerful bit of thunder there outside. Could you hear that? Maybe a storm today. Right, we're about to hit the 4-hour mark, as I say, so here we go. 4 hours exactly. 6th of June at 16:40 UTC. We're also now just over halfway, I think. Yeah, we are just over halfway now to America. We still have a long way to go. How do I not get bored sitting here? By talking to you guys. Talking to you guys and checking Discord, basically. Have I seen the sales in the explain org store? I have done, but nothing particularly special has stood out. It's a lot of the older budget stuff that's gone on sale in the last couple of days. Nothing particularly to wow any crowds, truth be told. But hey, I know a lot of people have picked up some rather cool stuff in there anyway, so whether or not I've got a thing in it, others certainly have. Just adjusting a few things quickly. Nice transparency. Brightness plays some part, but not as much as I think it does. Just trying to adjust the lighting a little bit. That's way too bright. Because I know the clouds seem to be very blinding. So if I can maybe reset it. Unless that's genuinely how it looks. I don't know. I'll play around with it a little bit more. Do I think the flight factor 20 will go out? Do you really want it? I don't think it will, no. Flight factor 320 is a big money add-on for the org store. So I don't think we'll see it go on sale, I'm afraid. No. Just have a listen. Okay, we missed that one there, but there's some rather strong thunderstorms right now in the UK. Get the filters right, so it should be rather good. Just the contrast through this part of things. Okay. What's that? That's too bright. Seems alright actually. Go to the cockpit. Is that maybe too dark? Maybe not. Maybe not. I'll see how it works with other aircrafts. Ooh, actually no. That doesn't look so good, does it not? Okay, back to drawing board. Defaults. Try and get the balance so that both the interior and the exterior both look rather good. So on the light as well, so that just looks really weird as well, really ghostly. Yeah, that looks better. From an interior perspective, that looks alright. Cockpit, moment of truth. Doesn't look terrible. Okay, I think that'll be our presets going forward. It's not too bright, at the same time, it's not too overwhelming. Let's copy those, and let's stick them in the other bits as well. 55010. EU. Rename EU. Cool, that should be sorted now. Staying safe and well. What happened, man? How you doing? Welcome to the chat, Kevin. Right now we're flying the Magknight 787 on a flight from London Gatwick to New York JFK Airport. So 8 hours of flight time. We are 4 hours and 15 minutes into it. So it's got a long way to go. Go to that vector. That makes a bit more sense, does it not? So, is that core of it? We'll get rid of core of it then. There we go. So you go matter, and then from matter onto runway 22. Then that is our circuit if we then go on a missed approach. It's not too bad. Altitude right now is at flight level 400, 40,000 feet. Could have been the Plymouth approach actually, but Arch is what the flight mapping had said. So do we actually depart now slightly? Sorry, descend now earlier as well. No, still between Plymouth and Parch. What scenery do you have at JFK? Defaults. I've got no fancy scenery at New York, I'm afraid, so nothing to look at there. But to be fair, default JFK is not too bad anyway, so we'll still get to see the basics. Gonna go now. Have good flights and good day later. No worries, man. Take care. Enjoy yourself. service starting. Passenger gets to now eat. Let's have a look at our passengers. How are they doing? It's been a while since I last looked at them. So they're very satisfied, 98% satisfaction. Dinner going through the cabin. Some passengers are very hungry, some are very thirsty, so yeah, I think it's about time we got the meal going through the aircraft now. Although despite that, they are still nicely satisfied, so it can't be terrible then back there. Whoops, there we go. Still watching, fair play, plane fan. It's a nice trusty travel pillow, that. It does its job. Ooh, here we go. That's a new one. It is Munich. Someone started their exam in Munich. Best luck to them. Why no quality wings? Because this is X-Plane. And the quality wings, I don't know. If I was to buy it now, then there's no real point. In about 6 months I'm going to have to buy a new add-on for a new simulator anyway. I'm trying to spend less on P3 and X-Plane nowadays. Try and wait for the new simulator to see what it's going to be like. I'd rather save my money and splash out on Microsoft if it's going to be a good simulator than splash out on other sims right now and then realise that I'm going to move. But hey, the Magknight's not terrible, not perfect, but certainly not a horrible add-on. When I own P3D, I do own P3D. I own P3D V4, not V5. But in my opinion, X-Plane is the better platform of the two, so I try and tend to explain a little bit more. Do you think this plane is overpriced? Not particularly. I mean, I know that's the plan is with Magknight. When they update the aircraft to a next version, they do plan to increase the price slightly, so we'll see what systems come with it potentially in the future, but as it stands, not terribly overpriced. The big problem with it is VNAV. VNAV seems to be the one thing that they cannot figure out just yet, but with the new FMS they've got in the works, yeah, let's just see how that kind of updates in the future. Wrist top section Magknight from the X-Men forum. Oh yes. That looks quite good. Okay, I'll download it and at the end of the flight I'll install it. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay. Is there a later version? That one's a bit blander. I'll look into it. I mean, don't forget that with Magknight, they have showed off these images to FS Elite. New cockpit model, and this looks fantastic. So we'll see when this releases. But yeah, so it's going to be quite an interesting update. It's definitely a way forward. Oh yes, and the Trent 1000 engines that we're also going to see soon. Am I using a green screen? It doesn't look that good. It is a bit jumpy, I'm afraid, but in fact, the problem is it's the microphone. It's a different shade of green, so I'm trying to essentially get some lighting on that, try and fix it. I mean, right now it looks a bit more normal, but yeah, I need to make some adjustments to it. But no, it's just the microphone that's kind of jumping in the way there, because it's a slightly different shade. Try and get a different chrome key on that if need to be. Congrats on 3,330. Fair play. Yeah, cheers for that. It's always nice to see the number climb slowly. So we're set to hit our top of descent at around 20 past 7 Zulu, 20 past 8 in the UK. Yeah, it's about 2 hours now until top of descent. Almost 2 hours exactly, actually. 1,017 miles to go. Land at 1942 Zulu. It's 8:45 in the UK. 1,200 to go. Oh, pardon me. Incline slightly but safe. True, very true. Yeah, Alt F4 for an experience. No, thank you. In fact, I'd rather press Control M to show you the airflow modelling and explain and how the simulator's by element theory works by simulating the airflow that goes around the aircraft. Unfortunately, the background's not perfect with the cloud, so it kind of just hides it. You can see how the air kind of bends around the wings, bends around the body of the aircraft, and properly simulates the airflow. Unlike in what you get in P3D, which is essentially just a data table about as complex as a calculator. Oh yes, and also wake turbulence. So, as you fly along, the airflow leaves behind these extra bits of turbulence that are caused by the wing, and that slowly affects how the aircraft will fly as well. So if there's a bit of traffic in front of us and we'll fly behind it, this would certainly create a bit of turbulence for us to fly through. Very fancy. P3D doesn't come anywhere near that for aerodynamics. How do I think about protests in America? I mean, there's a lot to say about it, but to be fair, I mean, police in America have needed reform for a long time. It's a shame it has come to the death of someone again to get to it, but, well, it's now or never for America, really. I mean, they've had protests in the past for similar reasons, but this has certainly been the biggest one of recent times. And so either the police can listen, or they ignore it, and that's it really. All confidence is lost. In the UK we had a protest back in 2011 after the police killed someone during an arrest. Protest lasts, I think it was 8 days. A few buildings burned down and all that, and so the government's introduced an initiative to not arrest the protesters, but to kind of educate them, bring them back into society, like a community service kind of thing. And the police here went through a massive reform. So it can be done, it's just whether or not America is willing, really. I mean, one of the benefits of us here is that we don't have firearms, we don't carry guns everywhere we go. Back in 1996, carrying a firearms of any sort became illegal. So the police are unarmed, the people are unarmed. And as a result, shootings and homicides certainly not as high as it is in some places in the world. Australia did it too, actually, as well. Australia bans firearms, and as a result, gun crimes have dropped dramatically. I think so too, but there's no reason to rob grocery stores. Ultimately, it really depends, because you have some people who are there to protest because of the inaction of the police in kind of resolving this, and then you do have a few people as well who have just protested and looted for the sake of protesting and looting, and not really following for the meaning. But at the end of the day, if it's what needs to happen to get America to start action, then it has to happen, really. So we've made some decent progress now. Still got a little while to go, but we are getting there. 3 hours now to a landing. Whoops. Completely forgot about that. I'm just gonna... So, as I say, I picked up a Hotas Warthog recently, the throttle and the flight stick. And so, yeah, I just pressed one of the buttons without thinking, and it was the autopilot disengage button. That was completely unintentional. Whoops. Okay, let's not do that again, please. So does this also actually... Oh yes, so we can toggle that. Not so much toggle the altitude because we're also on VNav, but there are different functions that it has set. Trim being the biggest one, so I was messing around with the trim thing there. Passengers, they are very happy. Whoops. Very happy. 100% satisfaction. So, no one's particularly hungry now, apart from those that haven't had a meal yet. They are getting thirsty, so probably would be worth sending a snacks and drink service through soon. And so long as it's 100% in the cabin, that's alright by me. Welcome there, sorry, on Twitch. Welcome, Sam. Yeah, it's not looking too bad at the moment. It's smooth enough flights. Weather's not too bad. It was a bit turbulent earlier, but things have picked up for the better now. So we'll continue cruise for a little bit longer. Don't expect to land for another 3 hours or so. So don't expect too much in the way of cruise just yet. So we're now at the Scots Point. So we have left the track over the Atlantic, and if I check the map now for our progress, we are soon to be over the coast of the Americas. So we're about to pass through St. John's, the first bit of land we've had in a long time this flight, and yeah, fingers crossed we'll be in America very soon. Actually, still got this much flight left to go to New York. Got a storm ahead of us as well. That's going to cause a little bit of turbulence, I think, a little bit of a bump. Well, those things are busying up over in the UK right now. A bit chilly. But yeah, it's been a pleasant flight so far. So how are you doing, Sam? Just a long flight itself. Where did you fly to? What was your routing? This has already been set up as well. Our approach. In fact, top of sense. Looking like it's going to come very close to us. 1930 Zulu. It's currently 17:30. So yeah, just under 2 hours now till TD. Not flying anymore. Just did one. Ah, okay. What was the route? Where'd you start? Where'd you finish? Ooh, it does move. It goes down. Doesn't do anything, but it does move, the HUDs. Very nice. Obviously it's been switched off. Okay, Pilots 1 doesn't move like the captain's. Then there's the projector box for it. Vancouver. That sounds pretty nice. I think so too, but oh right. Flew over Greenland, Arctic Circle. Flew over Russia and then landed in Mumbai. Okay, that is a fair long flight. How many hours was it? How long did it take you? Well, what did you fly it in? What aeroplane has 24 hours of fuel and no need for a stopover? That's crazy. Fair play. I thought my 8 hours was long enough. Uh, 350-900 ULR. Makes sense. 350 does have a little bit more range than the 787, so it makes sense that with the aircraft you'll be flying for so long. Has to be the URL won't make it. Which airline? Was it Air Canada or was it Air... Do Air India have 350s? Must be Air Canada. Delta! Okay, was not expecting that. Stops raining now outside. The sun's starting to shine a little bit more now in London. Almost at an Aeroflot or Singapore. Interesting. I did a stream on Aeroflot not too long ago. That was in the Sukhoi Superjets. At some point, I will fly. I'll fly Aeroflot one day in the real world, but I'm not sure when I'll do that. Cheers for the follow, man. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, one day I'll fly with Aeroflot in the real world, but I'm not sure when I'll do it. It'll probably be in the Sukhoi Superjet as well, actually. If I ever go to Russia, I'll try and do a domestic flight on one of those. It was a long flight to Russia. I can imagine, if it was 24 hours, I'm sure you slept at some point as well during it. There's no way I would have stayed awake for it. Took a 4-hour nap halfway in. Fair enough. My friend's online flight sim with a long haul queen. Fair play. Do you stream yourself or do you just do it on your own accords? And likewise, if you're on Discord, feel free to check out my Discord. No, don't stream, that's fair. Yeah, feel free to check out Discord as well. I'm sure you'd have quite a fair few stories, quite interesting ones to talk about in long haul as well. Because I don't fly long haul too often myself, but it's something I want to do a little bit more of, especially in the next couple of weeks. In fact, in 2 weeks' time, the plan is for me to do London Heathrow to Perth in the 787, so that's about 19-20 hours of flying. I'm going to try and stream all of that. Fingers crossed it will go to plan, but yeah, it's not an easy one, that's for sure. London to Perth, 16 hours in itself. Okay. Because I've done it once before, but I did it from Perth to London. That took me 18 hours. How long was it? I've got the number somewhere. Logbook, page 3, page 4. Page 5, there it is. It took me 17 hours and 11 minutes. They're both ways, both around 16. Fair play. So, what I try and do is, with my channel, on the longest day of the year, I'll do the longest flights in the world. Or at least that has now changed. It's something else, but I don't have the add-ons required to do it, so I just did a Perth flight instead. But it seems to be rather fun. People enjoy it, so we go and do that. Also New York to Singapore, that's 19 hour 13. Stockholm to Auckland, 15:43. Yeah, some fairly long ones you have done. I can see why people call you the long haul queen. Wait, oh boy, is this going to be the 32 hour flight you've done at some point? Stockholm to Melbourne, 15 hours 43. Stockholm to Auckland was 19:10. Okay. Yeah, definitely a few long ones in there. Yeah, like I say, if you're on Discord, feel free to join the channel, and yeah, it's always worth having a look. Fifth, London to Johannesburg to Anchorage, 23. Fourth was Los Angeles to Cape Town, 21:32. Yeah, my longest was the 17:11 Perth to Heathrow. My second longest doesn't even come close. It was Finnet. How long was this one? 8 hours 42. So yeah, doesn't compare, I'm afraid. In fact, I think this flight may even take over as my second longest if we get a little bit of turbulence or anything on the way. Third is San Francisco to Delhi, 22:12. Welcome back, Kevin. How are you doing? Longest flight was Vancouver to Mumbai. Now it's the 2410. Yeah, I don't know. One day, maybe I will do a 24-hour plus long flights. I'm not sure when I'd do it or what the route would be, but it starts to be a challenge. It'll take energy, I'll tell you. I can imagine. What day are you going to do to EasyJet from Bristol to Belfast? I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not too sure. So, what's your next flight's going to be, Sam? What's your next long haul going to be? Welcome back, Saturn. How you doing? Good. Playing some Phantom Forces. Sound good. No worries, Sam. Take care. Hope to talk to you again soon. Welcome, for Light Music. How long now? We have another 2 hours and 47 minutes till landing. 2:47 to go. What's that going to be? 18, so 19, 20, 21. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yep, about 3 hours. I feel bad for you sitting there staring at comments, watch yourself fly. I mean, I've been doing other stuff as well. I have got an internet browser, so I can just browse stuff on Google without much of a problem. And likewise, I enjoy talking to you guys. I mean, the flying in the background I can do whenever, really, but yeah, I enjoy it. Feel sorry for me? This is a hobby for me. I mean, I'd much rather be doing this while streaming than doing this without a stream, with no chats, and just wasting time. Well, I'm not really wasting time, because again, I'm enjoying it, but much rather on a stream than just doing it on my own, really. I mean, so long I'm enjoying it, then what's there to really waste? And you guys have been fantastic as well. There's been a lot of chat going on. A lot of chat, a lot being said. It's been good. Apparently there's been an emergency landing at JFK, so one of the runways are currently shut. Yeah, systems page isn't looking too bad. Got the flight control stuff I did earlier. Oh, this is new, I think. At least none of it works yet. Oh no, hang on. Ah, hang on. No, this is right, because that mirrors what's going on in the system there right now. Okay. Music door panels. Airflow system. It's all standard stuff. I'm looking at the fuel. We should have plenty of fuel. Put that there, and on the MFD I want the fuel page open, please. Just so I keep a close eye on that. Longest flight you've ever done was at XP11, did Hong Kong to Los Angeles. And you die because you're tired. I mean, if you've got autopilots, then surely you can't do too much wrong. Tried to hit Hong Kong to Los Angeles, and you're also tired. Welcome Z4 Counter, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. Welcome Herman, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. thank you for subscribing, D4 Counter. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Where am I from? England. I'm British myself. Look into that. We've been streaming for almost 6 hours now. We've been airborne for nearly 5.5, so yeah, it's been a good one. It's been a long one, but a good one. Just under 2 hours now until we hit our top of descents. 2.5 hours until we land. We were slightly late on departure though as well, so that does need to be bared in mind for our flight time. I was supposed to depart at 20 past, I think it was more like half past, 1:45 when I took off. So it was a delayed departure, and potentially a slightly late arrival as well. much. So carry on watching the comments. Yeah, as I say, the flight's been rather alright today. We're 1 subscriber away from 3,333. Yeah, it's been a very chill flight today. We're not too far now from landing. Just the average length of a normal short haul flight, I do, to be fair, between now and touchdown. So we've made some very good progress. Are you watching videos at the same time that you're flying? Not watching videos so much, just browsing the internet. And if I was to listen to, or listen to watch videos, then essentially the audio from my desktop will then go through a stream as well. So not something I want to throw myself into, but it's just a bit of internet. Mainly just looking around the aircraft, really. Yeah, we should be alright for the fuel today. Can I show the flight plan? Is there an easy way to do this? Because I don't have so much an on-screen flight plan to show you an exact route. I'm not sure, if I'm totally honest. I mean, the best I can do is show you waypoints, but that's not exactly what you're going to be looking for. Say something. I am. Welcome, Junkota. How you doing? Welcome, channel. Welcome to the chat. So far, still in cruise. Still looking pretty good. Shooting for 6 hours and 3 minutes now. Flight time 5 hours 36 coming up to. Look at ourselves on the map though. I have done a proper check in a little while, to be fair. So we're here, NRS 7015, red nose, currently over this storm cell which is below us. Thank goodness it's below us, so I wouldn't want to be flying through it, that's for sure. So currently over the storm cell, we'll follow it along, and New York is just a short distance away. Welcome, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. You've caught us 6 hours since takeoff. Why not find the Quality Wing 787? Because I don't own the Quality Wing 787. If I owned it, then I probably would, but yeah, like I said, I'm trying to stay away from buying too many add-ons nowadays, as I want to see how the upcoming Microsoft Flight Simulator will change things around. See which is the better one for the future. Now it's on to New York. New York is going to be 2 hours and 25 minutes. Ooh, that's actually at 89%. Passengers are not enjoying something. Presumably they're very thirsty right now, so let's send a snacks and drinks.
Okay.
So sending drinks, we'll send the snacks as well.
Okay.
You departed right when you worked. Ah, okay, no worries, man. How's work today? How was work? What do I think about the new FSX? It's not FSX, it's FS 2020. And from what I've seen so far, it looks fantastic. From what I've played so far, which was about an hour or so at XO19 last year, it felt good as well. I'm not a part of the betas, I'm afraid, so... Sorry, the alphas, so I'm afraid I'm not able to talk about too much. Because it has been over... It's actually, when did I play it? It was last November, so about 7-8 months since I got my hands on it. No, the XO19 show was great. The developers were good to talk to. I did an interview actually with them a while ago as well. That was pretty good. And yeah, that's about it really. Like 50. Oh, okay. Not busy at all then. Why did I choose to do such long flights? Why not? I mean, to be fair, this is nothing. If I was flying to, say, Los Angeles, that's about 13, 14 hours of flying, not 8. 8 is nothing. 8 is medium haul at best. And there are some people who stream a lot longer as well, and as I say, next Saturday, I plan to do a 19, 20 hour long flight, so... I am not prepared for that one, let me tell you. But the flight is from London Heathrow to Perth, and depending on how long that takes, if I land a bit earlier than I am planning, because there's something I want to do alongside it as well, but I'm in the early stages of deciding. If I'm in the early stages of that, then I'll do then the flight from Perth to Sydney or Melbourne. I need to double check which one is Qantas 8. The longest flight is 3 hours. My longest is 17 hours and 11 minutes. Ooh, 18 hours. Fair play. Doha to Auckland. Qatar 350. Mine was in the Qatar 787. Not Qatar, sorry. Mine was in Qantas 787. Yeah, I need to get a haircut or something soon because that just looks terrible. When we get CE flying Heathrow to Sydney Qantas, next Saturday. Longest day of the year, longest flight in the world. At least it was at one point longest flight in the world. But yeah, that flight has since been replaced, and I don't have the right scenery, equipment, or anything to do it. So why not? Why doing such long flights? Why not? Why not? People are interested, and I'm certainly interested. Might as well. You'll be there then. Sounds good. I mean, for the most part, like I say, I got to try and time it. Do I start really early in the morning and then finish late at night, or do I take off in the evening, go to sleep, and then wake up for the landing? It's kind of deciding which way around I do things, which is important. When my friend like my accent, I'm British. I'm from England. Am I a student pilot? I am doing an NPPL, so I am doing a microlights license, but not full general aviation, no. But am I a student pilot? To an extent, yes. Although the license I'm getting limits me to flying around to the UK and France, nowhere else. Gotta go, see it landing. No worries, man. Take care. Moi moi. Right, what is it now? Like an hour now to landing. Can't be too long. We've got an hour till top of descent. Once we start descending, we've still got a little bit left to go before we make land. There is rain effects in this thing. Turn that on as well, since that's just a feature I like using. We're in kilos, hectopascals, although we will need to change over to inches when we're in the US. Gotta remember that. Custom is fine. No. Got that sim on, but I am on IVAO. Real time. Yes. That's the rest of standards. The shadows behind me. That makes sense as to why this green screen doesn't... Well, it's a blue screen actually. It's a blue screen, but the shadows behind my head kind of explains why is that. I need to work on the accuracy of it, especially in certain lighting conditions. If I move the thing around, it gets a bit better. But yeah, one day I'll try and figure out the optimal lighting for this. Yeah, clouds gone, clouds appear. Clouds gone, clouds appear. It all comes down to if you're merging with the seats or if you're seeing yourself normal. Let's have a look. So we are near some ground. We are above the cloud layer because it is quite stormy right now in America, but we are starting to getting closer to solid ground. Getting very close to the continents. How long left? 2 hours 11 minutes left. welcome Jaden to the stream. How you doing? Jaden Stephenson. What I've been doing just flights, browsing the internet and chatting to you guys, basically. It's not the most... Actually, yes, I don't mind it. I mean, I'd rather fly, browse the internet and chat to you guys on stream, rather than fly and browse the internet for no real purpose. As I've always said, the reason I stream is just so that someone else can also enjoy what I'm doing as well. Maybe just a little bit of chat as well. I mean, I can sit here alone in silence, or I can sit here and have someone else watch what I'm doing as well. I mean, as long as you enjoy it, who am I to argue it? Keeping on the fuel, we should have enough to make it, but at the same time it almost looks a bit too low in my opinion. Engine burns minimal at the moment, and surely when we get to top percent as well, then that also cut even more. But should be alright for fuel. Top of descent at 19:30 Zulu. It's currently 18:35 Zulu, so 55 minutes till descent. Only 55 to go now. It's been so long. I can't wait. And then after top descent, it's another 24 minutes until we get to our destination at JFK. So it really isn't, yeah, it really isn't that long, an hour and a half. 18:44 we get to Scots. Oh, pardon me. You're back, what have you missed? Nothing yet. We haven't started our descent for at least not for a few more minutes, so yeah, we should be alright. Aircraft's shaking a tiny bit, a little bit of turbulence ahead of us by the looks of things. little bit of turbulence, but nothing too crazy. Although it was expected, given that we are flying over quite a heavy storm cell. Do I wish we were coming down on a pilot one day? I don't think so. I don't think that's a path for me. I mean, it's one of those where, okay, I can aspire it, but financially, not going to happen. I think I'd rather get my hobby license, fly light aircraft around and kind of enjoy that. It's terrible, isn't it? One day I'll sort this out and probably just get it cut at some point soon. Ooh, someone's dropped a message. Oh, it's just my frame rate. I don't know. The frame rate, it seems to drop once every couple of hours, actually. It's not too bad. My guess it's when it loads the next bit of scenery in or something. You can spot the contrail from my airplane from the ground. You can actually kind of see the airplanes when you zoom in. That's to this right hand side. Somewhere down there is land. Somewhere down there is the United States of America. Reflection line or something that just goes randomly at the top of the aircraft. It's not bad looking. Not bad looking at all. So it's 40 minutes now to the top of descents. If I zoom out on the range, potentially. You got the waypoint there, but don't think there's the top descent marker just yet. Does that land? No, not yet. It is foggy. The ground glitching there is fog rendering through the clouds. But not quite yet. Not quite yet over land. Beautiful noise. Still flying. How long left? Just under 2 hours left until we land. Just under 2 hours. ETA is 2018 Zulu. It's currently 1848 Zulu. Oh wow, this is pretty normal. A lot of pilots do this as their standard flighting day to day. Am I flying autopilot? Of course, I'm flying autopilot. There's no way I'd do a flight of this length manually by hand. Crazy. Yeah, flying autopilot, and we will be until we get to about 1,000 feet on the glide slope. Give or take the visibility, which again does look fairly minimal at the moment. Back in 2 moments, so we could go pop to the toilets. Yeah, I've been sitting here in this chair for, what? Stream started 6 hours, 40 minutes ago. I've not been once yet, so I think I should probably go now before landing at least. Back in 2 seconds.
In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight service. We will be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Please look in your seat back for our list of complimentary and premium drinks. Premium drinks are available for a small charge. Please note that we only accept credit cards.
Sounds like got another meal service come through the cabin now. 2 hours left. Something like that. Maybe a little bit less than that. The ETA is at the top of the screen. If you're in the UK, add 1 hour, since that's in Zulu, we're currently in summertime. Otherwise, 1 hour 47 minutes. 1:47 to go. Top of the descent 1930 Zulu. It's currently 1856 Zulu, so we are getting close. We are getting very, very close. If it weren't so cloudy, we'd actually be able to see the ground right now, but sadly the cloud cover means that we won't be able to see much of America until we actually get below it into the New York City itself. Breaking at 2,500 last time we checked. I'll do another check when we're starting our descents. currently just looking at the welcome Miss Explain 1973, how are you doing? Welcome to the chats. I'm currently just looking at the information at JFK right now. Just all the frequencies and updates and all that. Like I said, I'm going right now on the basis that it's runway 22 right active right now, which is 1095 localizer heading 208. Not so sure about that. There's a tool there which gives you all the frequencies of runways. I like it. I've just never remembered the URL. I'll find it and remember it one day. Press the M key, but sometimes in Explain 11-5 beta 9 it does crash a little bit. Ooh, does it actually show me here? Create a database to find out. Let's have a look. So database indents JFK. Oh, can you actually do that? Ah, right, so you need the idents, don't you? How it works? Not too sure. No. Okay. I'll figure it out at some point, but all I know is that it's JFK I'm landing at. Okay, that makes sense. So, if I go to radios and navigation, it's not really nav on radios. It's 109.5. Of course, the runway heading is 220, so I'll say 220. That there. So hopefully now, or at least when we get close to New York, it will start to align. Get itself prepared for that. As As I say, top of the descent's really not that far away now, so shortly we'll get a chance to bring the aircraft in and land it. It's been a long time coming, descent, but I'm glad we are finally at that stage now. Starting to shake a tiny bit again, the Magknight. Half time, I don't know if it's turbulence, if you just don't know if it's the VNAV, what it does sometimes after long distance flights. As I say, hopefully it'll just stabilise in a couple of moments, but ultimately we'll see how that continues on. Right, we've set up our approach into JFK, so we're doing the Parch 3 into, no, it's Parch 2, sorry, so yeah, Parch 2 into runway 22 right, inbound from, where is it, the northeast at the moment. So there's the next point, that is Tuskegee. After that we fly to Plymouth, and then after Plymouth we are in descent. Plymouth we arrive, what time? 1941. 1946, yes, 5 minutes after Plymouth we make our descent. Tuskegee's 1918, so it's half an hour to travel, whoops, Half an hour's travel, 176 miles. So what terminal do they use Norwegian at JFK? Norwegian does not have a defence terminal at JFK, okay. Terminal 1 is where the check-in counters are, so JFK Terminal 1 is where we shall dock. Which was Terminal 1? Terminal 1 is south sides, next to a Wendy's. Okay, it doesn't look too far for us. Near Terminal 4. If we're landing 2 to right, that's 1 3. 0 4. Sure, does it have a number? There it is, 2 right, okay. So we land, make a right, taxi straight. Okay, that's easy. So we'll be on the ground for only a couple of minutes before we make a gate. What's linked to the aircraft? Sure. The aircraft I'm flying right now is the Magknight Aviator's Edition. There's the link for it. No worries. And if you do get it, I hope you enjoy it. So, like I said, it's a decent little aircraft, Magknight. Has a few quirks, but it does its job. It's a 787. Let's get a position updates. So we are now right now over Halifax. We're about to have one more water crossing. And then we are flying over Boston, over Rhode Island, Connecticut, and into New York, New York. We are then landing on this runway here that goes north-south, and then want to leave at this point, and then one of these gates here will be where we end our flight. Terminal 1 at JFK. Not long to go now, not long at all. IVO is saying we'll be there in 1 hour 8 minutes. thingy saying we'll be arriving in 1 hour and 5 minutes. The overlay screen thing, fly live. This says we land at 2010, so this is even earlier still. This says we land in 57 minutes. I mean, I'll take 57 minutes, that's for sure. Regardless when we land, we just know it's going to be very soon. Also, I'm looking at top descents. Is that... how long is that? 30... 24 minutes. Is that enough time to descend? I guess if we use spoilers, that'd be enough. Worst case scenario is take a hold pattern somewhere. Now 29 for passengers, 90% satisfaction, a few of them hungry, a few of them thirsty, but that's just down to them not taking any of the meal options. I'm still trying to figure out, where did that overlay go? It was there like... that was silent for some reason. Yeah, it was there once, the overlay option. Never saw it again. Cancel that. Sometimes it resets the hotkeys when you apply settings. Cool. So that toggles that. And that toggles that. Very good. So, any moment now, we should spot a little green dot appear on our path. Okay, 250 miles, this only goes as far as 160, so not yet. So you've got a little while to go until the little green dot appears. But once it's there, we know that we're only a matter of minutes away. Less than an hour now. Very nearly on the ground. There's another control to our right over there. Looks like some traffic passing by. At least, at the very least, left them a little while ago. Still just going on in the area. Yeah, nothing producing, and they're just slowly dissipating. We've been airborne for 6 hours and 41 minutes now. We could be landing at 7 hours 30 at current rates, but I'd say it's more close to the 8 hours and 10 minutes that we'd originally planned. I don't know why I've now got 8 hours and 30 in my head. It's 8 hours 10 is the block time for this flight. Gosh, the throttle's so cold now because it's metal panel on plastic, but the metal panel on the HOTAS Warhawk is so cold. I'm sure in the summer it feels a lot nicer, but in the winter, right now it's really cold. It doesn't feel nearly as nice as it should do. I'm not going to complain, it's a beautiful stick. Fantastic stick, fantastic throttle. I love using it. Right, one more turn, it takes us to Plymouth. After Plymouth, we start our approach. Welcome back, aviation. Still at the flights. Still another 40 minutes to go. Busy playing by. No worries. The weather radar has now picked up some altitude storms to my right. That's will be these high clouds over there. That's what's going to be the, I guess, the challenge to get around. There's Plymouth. Plymouth, we are at 40,000 still. It's just after that we make our first stop of descent. Actually, it's not too bad, the steps. 95 miles, 23, 32 to 15, that's plenty. A little bit more steep than that, but obviously the approach is a bit longer than I first expected. So far, so good. I still love that sound. I still love the sound of the General Electrics. Although I believe they actually use Rolls-Royce, Norwegian. Let me see about the new updates with the new engine types on the Magknights. They're here, then just need to figure out how to turn them on, basically. Fuels, we've got 6.2 in both tanks. Not burning, we're not using too much throttle at the moment. Cruise is nice and steady. Ooh, there it is. There's the green dots. There's our top of descent. Finally now at the end of our PFD there. Sorry, our MFD. But it's so close yet so far. It's been a good flight. I've enjoyed this so far. Even the people watching had a fair few conversations, fair few chats. And yeah, it's been a blast. And in 2 weeks we get to do it all over again. I think next week I'm going to do more short haul than long haul, just so I can kind of rest, not rest so much, but kind of relax a little. Right. Yeah, I'm happy with the amount of fuel on boards. Any worries I had about that? No longer a problem. We're not too far to landing at this point, so we'll start preparing everything for the final checks. It's currently 1937 Zulu, so we descend in 13 minutes. 13 to go. We've set up our approach. We're taking the departure to arrival onto runway 22 right, the ILS. Radios I have also set up, so it's 109.5, heading 220. It's not quite 220, but I don't have the exact heading, so that will have to do. I've set up the Unicom also to now send out messages for our current approach plan as well. We've set the barometer to inches rather than hectopascals, so we'll be using the 2 9s rather than the 1 zeros. And at top of descent, we'll get a quick weather update at New York as well, just see if things have changed since we started, because runway changes can always happen, so it may not be 22 right anymore. And yeah, kind of get an idea of where the clouds are at the moment. It looks like things have cleared down quite considerably actually since we did our Atlantic crossing. No longer a complete cloud cover, which is always good to see. UTA is 2017 Zulu right now, so still a few minutes earlier than our 2013. In fact, it's gone down a bit now, 2016. So time-wise, we've done rather fine, even with headwinds. Currently at 65 knots. It was 13 earlier. 65 is quite a bit hefty. And also, last time I checked the weather at New York, the winds were not too bad. Certainly a lot calmer than they were at Gatwick. So we'll see how that transgresses for descent. Yes, we are so close now. I can almost taste the New York air. A place I should have been in December. No, a place I was in May actually, last month, but sadly those flights had to be cancelled due to reasons I think you can all understand. But yeah, fingers crossed it won't be too long until I get a chance to do it all again. And fingers crossed for sure I'll do the same flights as well. So an American Airlines 777 outbound and a British Airways 747 inbounds. I could fly Norwegian 78s, but I've got plenty of years left of 787 operation to catch that. 777 I've got plenty of years on as well. I mean, they're not going anywhere, but the 747 are very limited now. You don't have too many of them left, so we'll see. I'll reschedule it for some points. Perhaps my birthday next year. Should have been birthday this year, but not anymore. So, mainland USA, now just up ahead of us. Just need to confirm something, 2 seconds. That's fine. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, do we have scenery installed for Explain? But fortunately, I do. Sometimes I've done a few flights in the past where, like, I take off, I do part of the way, and I've realised I don't actually have some of the ground installed, but it looks like we have got the 2 bits that are important to us today. Thank goodness for that. It'd be rather awkward if I flew this far, just to realise that I don't have New York installed. It should be a water landing. So, yes. Green dot should now be appearing on this view as well. We are only 50 miles an hour from Plymouth. 45's currently 43, so we're 2 minutes away from Plymouth. 7 minutes from descent. We need to be at 1,900, don't we? Yes, 1,900 to enter the glide slope at... What was it, 3,000? Nah, we'll say 1,900 just for the security of that, but... Either way, it's going to be a nice quick approach for us. Flaps down to... I'm not sure yet. I think we flaps down 25, potentially flaps 20, but we'll see. Yeah, I've got takeoff performance, but I don't think the Magknight gives us landing performance. At least not that I'm aware of, so... Yeah, weight and balance, that's fine. Show keyboard airport information, that's Gatwick airport information. That's just calculated takeoff again for some reason, don't need that. That's 153 now, with the current weights and setup, if that matters to us. Yeah, so the FB doesn't give us any landing performance, we'll just have to base it off the approach down on the FMS, which gives us an approach speed of 240, really? Okay. Maybe not. So now in the very final moments of our 40,000 feet cruise. Ooh, there's land. It's not much, but you can see a coastline. Finally. America, here we come. It's been too long. Too long. And also the visibility is actually rather good. We've got the clouds, of course, but genuinely I was expecting worse than this. Around a bit, so that I've now got free space control. So stick's got nothing around it. Actually, this I need to move as well. Alright, stick's free. Throttle's free. Xbox controller for the rudder. I will pop out now as well. I'd like to get rudder pedals, but I don't have the floor space beneath this desk, I'm afraid, to use them properly, so I have to do without for now. Coming up now to Plymouth, 9 miles to go, 8 miles to go. We'll get there in about 30-40 seconds. Top of descent, no more than... Those are really a minute away now. It's 1950 Zulu. It's 1949 Zulu now. Hang on, that's not right. And that's why it's slightly behind schedule still. Because we should have been in Plymouth at 1945. It's 1949 now. Okay, we are slightly behind schedule then. Just zoom in on that. You can see the approach path now going to take into New York. Start to appear. Yes, zoom in. One more waypoints to go. Okay, quick update on the map as to our position. So we are just opposite, we're just passing Massachusetts now. Rhode Island's coming up next. It's a fairly standard routes, but we've made good progress so far. We are only minutes away, minutes from touchdown. There we go, ETE 30 minutes. While I'm here, let's also check for active air traffic control towers. Nobody, it's Unicom at the moment. We'll see if anyone does tune in for it, or someone does log in for ATC, but I don't think we will see any. You can see how fast the thing's now moving down the screen. Swatch screens again, so put that back on there, and on this screen we want our systems hydraulics. We don't need air, we don't need door panels, don't need flight control, EFIS, no real needs. Okay, we'll leave on statistics then. No status messages either at the moment. No warnings, no nothing. In in a couple of moments set up the MFD, sorry, yeah, set up the MFD for 1900 even, sorry. And then let's start our drop down. 7 hours 13 minutes airborne. It'll take us just half an hour to bring Red Nose down to the ground. And the runway 22 right as well, it's a relatively straight on approach. We don't have to go around anywhere, we can just fly straight in. So we've set up our approach already, we've set up the frequencies for the runway. Let's just prepare everything else now. 1900. There we go. There you go, the VORs have actually connected to something at the moment. Yeah, okay, 22 miles, definitely not definitely not New York. Welcome back, aviation. Just hitting top of the descent right about now. There we go. We're now leaving 40,000 feet, now leaving flight level 400, right? Two, 38 and 60 miles we need to be at. Welcome back, Mikhail. How are you doing? Welcome back, IPAC. You've all just come in time. We are leaving top descent right now. So I'm wondering how that goes. If the VNAV problem is still happening, then we'll just manually take it down for the first few thousand. Yeah, it's not liking that, is it? Okay.
To assist with customs at our destination, flight attendants will begin handing out forms momentarily. Please review and complete these forms and keep them with you for presentation upon arrival.
Right. So we've now left 40,000 feet. We'll be landing in approximately 25 minutes. Now, 25 minutes to New York. 4K quality stream, 700 FPS brought to you by Drawyah. I wish. I wish. Maybe one day, once it becomes affordable and cheap. That's the same thing, isn't it? Affordable and cheap. So by our next waypoint, we should be down at, what's it, 238. I can turn on the VNav again, see if it will continue to descend. Fingers crossed. Okay, it has this time. Perfect. I think it's like that with the Sukhoi Superjet actually as well. You kind of need to just push it first, kind of start it, and then it'll continue to descend. Welcome back, Plane Fan. How are you? So it's 8 o'clock Zulu right now in the UK, 9 PM exactly. We expect to land about half an hour anyway, so regardless if we left a couple minutes later at Gatwick, we are set for an on-time landing now at New York, which is always good at the other end. How many minutes until final? I'm not too sure exactly. Let's just check. 18... According to this, it's no more than 18 minutes. Yeah, 18, 19 minutes. So actually, it's doing better time than I thought to. I thought it'd be way behind, but obviously not. This has definitely been a flight well worth doing. I've rather enjoyed it every step of the way. Why is transponder at 7,000? That's because we're in uncontrolled airspace. We've had no controller, no clearance, and so, as per IVAO rules, squawk 7,000 for no ATC. You currently have set up your plane high. It's not 7,500, it's 7,000. Where is it? Yeah, 7,000. 7,500 I'd never touch. Does it? can't be. This is altitude client, XPDR 7000. So I'm not sure why it says 7500 on your end. I can ident it, just in case, but it shouldn't have changed. Must be. Alright, passing through 27,000 now, flight level 270, about 23, so I'll put the seatbelt signs back on. Unfortunately the 787's slow down isn't particularly too bad, especially at low altitude, and spoilers, you also do a rather decent job. So the runway is just about there in this blurry mess. Our approach is nice and standard. Yep, we are descending now into New York. Where did you update your altitude clients? We downloaded from maybe it was outdated. I just downloaded it from standard idea of altitude. I'll drop you a link if you want it. This is where I got it from. Makes you like you're only 787. Says that it's outdated. Is that true? Because I don't have that problem myself. Very strange. Alright, 15,000 by Charlie Charlie Charlie. We can see the ground now, can we? Very, very strong progress. In fact, is that not the tip of Long Island? I think it is. XP11. Oh no, this is XP11 standalone. I just launch it through the Steam launcher. That way I can use the Shift Tab overlay if I need to. This is standalone. I just run it through Steam. Likewise, the Steam way taking screenshots I just find is easy. So one of the features of Steam I do like is its ability to add a non-Steam game, and that way you can run a standalone game, but use Steam features, which I usually quite like, because, for example, a lot of full-screen games, it's just a nice way of accessing a browser to kind of do stuff, whether it be browsing or looking for walkthroughs or anything like that. But no, I like standalone X-Plane just because the updating is a lot easier, you can kind of control it yourself, and yeah, it's just an easier process overall than having to go through Steam. Updates come a bit quicker as well, so that always helps. Right, passing through 20,000, so 21,000, flight level 210. We'll turn on the seatbelt sign, and we'll alert the crew that we're doing that as well. 89% satisfied. Expect arrival of 36 minutes. We're going to certainly be early for this landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelt sign is now turned on, so it is time to return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts.
Is that self-loading cargo? That is PAX by TFDI Design. It's a passenger simulation add-on. Essentially lets you have passengers on board, speak to them, communicate with cabin crew and all that kind of stuff. It's a nice add-on, I do like it. How are we doing? 15,000 by Charlie. They're currently at 19,000. Ooh, actually we're not too far from transition altitude America. 18, aren't we? So it's still weather check now. Okay, JFK. Right, altimeter. Where is it? So winds are currently 190. 11 knots, gusting 37. Visibility is 3 miles. Broken clouds between 1,500 and 2,500. Sorry, 25,000. So quite a lot of cloud going to go through. 2969. It's very high altimeter. Actually, that's very low. Sorry, for America. 2969. So there we go. We've passed 18,000 now, so let's press the button. Co-pilot shutter automatically changes as well now, thanks to settings it does. Right. Let's prepare now for the final stages of descent and landing. Auto brake sets to 2. We'll arm the spoilers, although we may use them before now landing anyway, so we can always just rearm them later. As I say, the 787's pretty decent at slowing down anyway, so I'm not going to have too much of a fuss with that. 16,000. Alright, 10,000 for over. That is an airport, I don't know which one it is. It's not Long Island, it's not Ronkonkoma. I think Ronkonkoma is just about the only airport that I could probably recognise on Long Island. Actually, I could probably spot Islip as well. There we go. Kilo India Sierra Papa, KISS. Some speed brakes on. Welcome to 737 Max. Is the Magknight 787 worth it? I mean, as I said, the only main gripe with it is the VNAV not properly working, but it's not a massive thing to overcome, and yeah, I have no problems with the Magknight overall. It's a decent enough aircraft, I can fly long haul on it without any problems, and also the recent cockpit renders that they showed off the flight to FS Elite, certainly it's looking good as well, so yeah. I'd say before the price goes up, as that's what they hope to do with one of the future updates, when they get to like their next level of fidelity, I'd say so. That's OM. Okay. So we're just about to pass through 10,000. Is 77 max safe? I mean, until they sort out the MCAS, I don't see why it won't be. I mean, the DC-10, first couple of years, they had a horrible safety records. But after they'd ironed out all the flaws, it went on to become one of the safest aircraft in the skies. And the amount of scrutiny I know that the Max is going to get, there's no way Boeing can afford to mess this up. If they do, then they might as well just shut up right now, basically. Right, soon to pass through 10,000. We're a little high at the moment. Slow down the airplane again. Start looking down flaps, and we'll start final descents. Cabin crew, 10 minutes landing, 10 minutes.
We have begun our final descent into New York. Flight attendants will be passing through the cabin to collect any trash one final time. Please ensure tray tables are stowed and seats are in the full upright position. Please also store any carry-on items either in the seat back pocket or under the seat in front of you. Please complete all Wi-Fi related tasks and stow any larger electronics.
Cabin crew, 10 minutes landing, 10 minutes. Well, it beat me to that message, I guess, but hey. We'll turn off VNAV at this point. Turn on the VOR localizer. That way you can start searching for the airports. If I buy 787 now and the price goes up, we'll be able to keep the updates. You should be able to, yes. The Magknight Aviators Edition is going to be the Magknight that goes on for the future. Is that the airport? Yeah, there you go. We have got a visual on JFK now. Oops, that's heading, sorry. I want speed. Make sure everything is prepared for this. the flaps. And start lowering our airspeeds. Down to 150 knots. There's always the tense bit, the approach, I'd say, where everything is going normal, but for how long is the question. So far, so good. There you go. VOR has found the airport, 13 miles away. Passing through 4,700. I mean, yeah, it's served us well, the 787 so far. Greetings from Spain, sounds good. A switcheroo, so bring that to there, and then we'll stick the system information on the left there on the stick on the stats page. So 1,000 feet to go. Cabin crew, please be seated for landing. Cabin crew, please be seated for landing. Gear down. So our target is that runway right there. And you have to explain demo. I mean, it is a start, bar the time limits in the Seattle area. Actually, I think there's another area as well. I think you can go to Innsbruck on the explain demo. They just don't advertise that because you've got the Seattle demo, and I'm sure I've seen Lowy demo as well, but I could be wrong. Check the check the files. Sorry, check the scenery settings. There might be something there. Tell cabin crew to be seated. We're now in the very final stage of the final. A little bit turbulence, but not too bad. far so good. We're on the pappies, 2 reds, 2 whites. Let's bring it in now, nice and gently. 1,000. Autopilot's off. Keep on the throttle just a tiny bit longer. Let's try and get ourselves a bit more aligned the runway as well. Auto throttle disarmed. A little bit below the glide slope, but we'll adjust for that. Looking very good so far. Reverse thrust sets. knots, reverse thrust cuts. A bit too fast for this turn-off point, so we'll just use the runway ahead of us. Oh then, that wasn't that bad at all. A little bit of throttle in, and let us taxi. Why can't I taxi?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to New York. The local time is
because we're still going a bit too fast, are we? Fair
and
enough.
It's currently about 83 degrees Fahrenheit. You can now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bins as items may have shifted during the flight. If this is your final destination, we thank you for flying with us and we hope to see you again
lights
soon.
off. Tax lights on. Start up the APU, which is over here. So, that wasn't a bad landing at all. We are on Vulcan. Had my dinner sorted out there. Right, so Terminal 1 for JFK. Let's also clear up the flaps now, since we're leaving all active runways. And transponder can come off. Right, next stop, Terminal 1. I'll check what you guys said about landing in a moment. Just get myself on a straight bit of taxiway first. Let's have a look. Oh, okay, it's all in Spanish. I can't read it. Okay. Our flight gear, which is free, has global scenery, and mods good. Flight gear is pretty good for the free sims. I cannot lie. GG from KDM Gaming Studios, much appreciated. We'll go for the replays as well, don't forget. So, the stream's not over just yet. We do get to watch the landing from a couple of different angles as well, which I'm sure you guys will enjoy. But, I gotta say, this was a very, very fun flight overall. It's been a long time since I last did transatlantic. Last time I was flying the Concorde, we landed on this runway right here, so memories of that. That looks like it's an old beacon for a runway that used to exist, but not anymore. Sticks out into the water. Right, here comes Terminal 1. Switch to English now. Okay. I'll run it through Google Translate later, see what you guys said. I'm sure we'll get a few complaints from passengers for dangerous taxiing, as they normally do. We're going to cut out in front of me, are you? Well, thank you for accelerating. No one else coming, so we can now cross to a taxiway with these. Oh, apart from you and you. Ground traffic never ceases to be fun. And you're also going to speed up there as well, aren't you? I love X-Plane. It has its quirks. I'm sure this is the totally wrong stand for this. But hey. What'd you expect? Professionalism? Right, hold the airplane here. Parking brake set. APU generators on. Engines off. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to JFK Airport in New York. Flew to a total of 7 hours and 46 minutes today, and the local time right now is 31 past 3. Local temperature outside 28 degrees Celsius. Thank you for flying Norwegian today, and we hope to see you with us in a future service soon. Cabin crew disarm doors and cross-check. So, General Public address. They'll speak to the passengers, seatbelt line come off, and ground services will plug in the ground power units, both the cargo things, and that is that for now. External power turn on, turn off the APU with that power in, engine generators can come off. We'll set this up for a cold and dark, since we are going to set up for a shutdown. Pressurization, that's fine, it's all automatic anyway. Navigation lights, speaker lights come off. That was an epic flight. Join your Discord. Sounds good, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I certainly enjoyed it, the long distance today. Power will keep on since we still have passengers on board who are deboarding. IRS we can also unalign. Doors panel that we can now look into. Once again, how does it all work? I don't know. I really don't know with the Magknight. There's a lot for me to learn. There is a door panel, but I don't know how to access the doors. Let's have a look at this. Oh, okay. Hang on, manual. But how do you open? Oh, there we go. Okay. So open you, wherever you are. I just opened the rear door, haven't I? Oh well. Just got one of them open. So how'd you get the after cargo door open? There's a missing one there, I think. Oh well, regardless. Let's expedite boarding. Let's kick the passengers off the aeroplane. So we'll do you. Passengers are deboarding the aircraft. 87% satisfaction, which is pretty good, and 12 minutes ahead of schedule. So we'll go through that in a moment. Let's end the flight on products flight. It's a shame because we don't quite have all the stats for that. It will give us a time, I think. Block time 804. So we do get some of the information, but just not all of it. Oh well. At least we now have finally a transatlantic flight on Projects Fly to add to the list. We'll disconnect from IVAO now. And we'll then end the flight on PAX. Let's see what our passengers thought of our flight today. So, departure was 12:30. We departed 12:40. It was 10 minutes late, so we left. Arrival was 20:40. We arrived at 20:26. Passengers were overall satisfied, 88%. 3 on board, 239 feet per minute touchdown. Slightly ahead of schedule. Turns about airline. Recommend you at work. Glad we're here early. Long flights. Fun leaving the aircraft. Entertainment was cool. What do you expect? We're Norwegian. We're low frills. We get you across the Atlantic in just a few hours for a couple of £100. Right. So, I guess it's time for the replays. We'll close all the exits, just because I know sometimes the replay system doesn't like, well, the exits in those. Yeah, I've accidentally opened the rear doors again, haven't I? Whoops. Right. Can you show real fast house tune the IS frequency? Okay, yeah, no problem. So in the FMS, head over to the radio panel, radio navigation, and essentially you fill in your nav1, nav2, and your courses. Once you filled those in, you can then head over to the localizer, and then after that is approach. Not too difficult. It's all done on the FMS in the 787. Right, let's have a look at this landing, shall we? Go for a little bit more, so a bit closer to the ground. A little bit more. That'll do. Also do it from the right hand side, I'd say. No, she's not too great because the engine burn, or the heat burn, whatever it's called, getting in the way. We'll do it from here then. That's better. So, coming into New York now. Nice and stable. Over the threshold. Over the runway, since that crossing runway there actually kind of blocks where the touchdown zone is for this one. At 22 right. And yeah. It's more than fair landing, that. And then one more time, this time from the exterior view. So here comes our Norwegian over low New York. Just a couple of moments. Touchdown. Yeah, that was a more than fair flight, that. I'm very happy how that went overall. And so, our Norwegian 78's now in New York, and at some point I'll fly back to, I'm not sure I'll go to Gatwick, maybe I'll do somewhere in Europe, but regardless, this has been a lot of fun. It's nice to check out the Magknight for once as well. It's nice to do a long haul as well, so take out a few birds with one stone. So, I hope you guys have enjoyed this live stream, because I know I absolutely have. And yeah, thank you much for chatting. Thank you very much for those who followed, subscribed as well. Much appreciated to all of those. And yeah, that is that for today. Tomorrow I'll try and, I'm not sure if I do train some more flight sim yet. I'll decide which one I'll do and then set it up. But until then, hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Saturday. Take care, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye bye.